Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to MJF 2020 Jazz Unlocked. You've joined me, Steve Mead, and my gorgeous co-host for the rest of this festival, Deborah Richards. Did you have a nice cup of tea, Deborah? I hope you did, sitting by the window. We've got some marvelous live music and programs coming up for the rest of the day. Just a couple of highlights. We're going to close the day with the online premiere of a new film about the remarkable character Richard Turner that Rob Cope has made. It's going to be very special close to the day. I've also got a feature on some of our MJF originals composers from over the years. That's an amazing discussion looking back at some of those highlights, the premieres, the highs and the lows, all the excitement of those incredible events that our artists have produced. But now, Deborah, what have we got now? 5 o'clock. We have the first of our round tables, and you were in on this round table, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting experience because we are reviewing bands through one live track. And it's a live track that obviously we're watching online. So we're not in the presence of the live event itself. And it's not a recorded, it's not a recording as in a studio recording. So it's a real test of the strength of a band. So I thoroughly enjoyed going being part of that.
Yeah.
And we've got some great artists. There were good choices because it's a real range that shows the breadth of jazz today as well.
And one
We've
of those,
got
Nisha, isn't she?
Yatri.
Yatri, yeah.
Beyond Albedo, I mean,
Yeah.
there'll be more details when we watch the roundtable now. And Nishla Smith,
Yes.
who I just wanted to mention is doing a live performance here on Sunday.
Yeah.
I think
And
it's
we
good
are
to sort of
terribly
mention the
excited about
actual
this.
live performances. So this is a
Yeah.
socially distanced performance with Tom Harris and the vocalist Nishla Smith. So when you watch the roundtable now, just make a note, 3:50 on Sunday, we're going to get a live performance from her.
Hi, everyone. We're here to champion the work of the artists that are featuring in the MJF Introduces platform. This is something MJF's been doing for about 12 or 13 years now. Every festival, you'll see some of the best up-and-coming bands. And with this year's real festival being cancelled, I still wanted to champion and focus on some of the bands that would have been appearing on the festival stage that you'd have been able to enjoy. So I thought I'd gather some of the sharpest and keenest brains in the UK music industry to share some of their thoughts on the music that these bands would have been playing. We're going to have two programs. This is the first of two, and we're going to talk about three bands in each of those programs. And I'm really looking forward to it. And we've got some great music to listen to. But first, let's say hello to our wonderful panelists. I'm going to say hello first to Deborah Richards. Look at you, Deborah. Deborah, say hello and just give us a quick overview of your multifaceted career in music.
Yeah, hi Steve, and thanks very much for inviting me to be part of this. I have had career in music. It started off with DJing and writing for Blues and Soul magazine. And my duty at Blues and Soul was actually to write about jazz, which I sort of really blatantly refused to do, because in the 90s there was so much exciting music happening in lots of different sort of genres, especially around club music, that was related to jazz and soul, but not specifically. And Actually, I think it's very interesting, because what I focus on today as a broadcaster and journalist and promoter are forms of jazz that are really in the moment and sucking up everything that is around them musically. So that's what I tend to focus on when I'm doing reviews or doing my radio shows. I've got shows on Worldwide FM, Radio X, which is based in Basel in Switzerland, and Froome FM, which is now where I'm living.
How delightful, Deborah. Oh, it's fantastic to have you here. Oh,
Yes,
thanks so much, Deborah. I think I introduced you once at the festival as a professional enthusiast, which I think is probably the best word for you, because you're such a passionate advocate of new music, and it's such a kind of pleasure to have you as part of the team here. Let's go and say hello to Lucy Scott, one of the board members of MJF. But Lucy, you've been so profoundly involved in lots of talent development work over the years, haven't you? And that's great to get your perspective on some of this new music. Tell us a little bit about your background and where you're coming from.
Well, hi everyone, I'm Lucy, and like Deborah, I'm really pleased to be here, and thank you for having me to be part of this. As Steve says, I'm a creative producer, and I currently work for Brighter Sound, who are a Manchester-based music charity, and I run the Both Sides Now programme, which is an initiative that focuses on supporting women in music, particularly from the north of England. So we do that through a range of showcases, creative residencies and commissions. And I'm a really big jazz fan. I'm a sax player myself, so I've played in bands over the years. Prior to my time at Brighter Sound, I was the music programme producer at the Roundhouse in London, where I programmed the annual Rising Festival, and which was all like new music, and I ran the artist development programme there as well.
Fantastic, so, yeah, Lucy. Wow.
Artist development is my passion.
I'm feeling less and less experienced as we go around the table here. Harkrit, let's say hello to Harkrit Boprai, fantastic, a DJ and promoter based in York at the moment, aren't you, Harkrit?
Yeah, but, so I'm a manager at the venue called The Crescent, which is a community venue but in York. I've been a promoter, I guess, for a few years beyond that, about 4 or 5 years, and promote kind of all sorts of genres, really, jazz, funk, disco, techno, really try to kind of look at things that are blurring the lines between genres, because I guess, like Deborah was saying, I think there's really exciting kind of stuff happening in music at the moment where people are much more open about where they're taking influences from and kind of fitting into, like, being less pigeonholed. So yeah, I'm really interested in that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I've been DJing on and off for a while, I guess.
Fantastic. It was brilliant to have you, Harkrit. And you also perhaps modestly refrain to mention your superb DJ slot at last year's MJF as well, in the grey rain.
I had a lot of fun, even though it was quite wet on a Monday evening, but it was a good laugh.
And yeah, keen viewers may notice a prompt on Harkrit's wall to remind everyone to save our venues, because obviously during this period, artists and venues have been hit incredibly badly in terms of the economic model they're all working to, and who knows how we're going to recover, but I know music will survive, and I'm sure we'll come through this. But anyway, let's turn to the first of our bands today. We're going to listen first to a band from Leeds called Yartree. This is headed up by a guitar player called Liam Dittar, and a wonderful 5-piece. And I love this band are doing something really nice, fusing kind of Indian music and jazz and a bit of rock. They've been recently on the Jazz North Introduces scheme, and that's seen them tour across a lot of festivals across the North. So they've had a lot of gigging in, and I think that's really showing in the band ensemble play. But let's have a listen to their new video release, actually, their new single release, and it's called Waiting on the Sun. That was Yartree performing Waiting on the Sun, and just a name check for all those wonderful musicians in the band. Bethany Harrington, an exquisite voice there, and Felix Batulis-Webb on keyboards, bassist Joe Wilkes, and at the drums was Jonah Tromp, and led by guitarist and composer from Leeds, Liam Dittar. So Harkrit, let's turn to you first. Yartree, what do you make of that one?
Yeah, I really like Yartree. They kind of popped up on my radar about, I don't know, maybe coming close to a year ago now. Obviously Leeds is just up the road for me. And I'm always kind of like blown away by the output of the city, the musical output. Like, I don't think anyone can say like young British jazz is just focused around London, because if they're just not looking hard enough, because the output out of Leeds is amazing. Particularly the Tight Lines, who have kind of put this video out, it's on their channel. I think they're doing an amazing job as promoters of fostering kind of young, innovative, genre defying jazz. Yeah, they're really good band.
Yeah. Anything specifically you kind of drawn to in it, Harkrit, about the
obviously as someone of
the,
Indian, I'm kind of like, you know, it really speaks to me. You know, I've had people like Aaron Ghosh up before, and there's something that's really kind of I guess what I quite like about the joining together the kind of scat with the kind of Indian style Carnatic scales singing. I think that's really good. And yeah, it's just a really like the word yatri means like a pilgrim on a pilgrimage. Yeah. And I think this does have like echoes of that kind of you know, when like Alice Coltrane went to India and there was suddenly all this like spiritual cosmic jazz coming through, and I think this channels that as well, but with a bit of a Leeds twist.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think they've done, you were just talking about that balance, they've done that really well. They've made it sound a very natural balance as well, haven't they? And the kind of the rhythm section is really laid back but kind of tight. They just kind of, it's just, you know, sort of bubbling along. And Bethany's voice is, she's got this amazing mixture of kind of strength but fragility about her, hasn't it? It's at the same time, which it's so it's in a way it's kind of at odds with the kind of solidness of the rhythm section, but at the same time it fits it so well because it makes a beautiful combination, and that almost like angelic, you know, it sounds a bit corny, doesn't it? But
she's got a wicked voice, man.
Yeah, amazing sort of
and it sits together in the mix really nicely. Like, it's not dominating the mix, it kind of sits between the keys and the guitar, and you kind of like lull in between each of them, stepping forward a little bit.
I think that's Liam what he was trying to do with the band, isn't it? So it's not like a vocalist with 4 musicians, it's actually 5 musicians, and they're all playing that equal part. Deborah, have you come across the Archery before? Was that your first listen, or?
That's my first listen.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I have been really sort of, especially after DJing at MJF last year, I've been very much focused on trying to check what is going on from that's coming through Jazz North and the bands around that. And I studied in Leeds, and my granddad's from Keighley, so Leeds always has a sort of a big. Whenever I hear it, it's got a special place in my heart. But yeah, I on that spiritual jazz front, it's Flora Purim was the person that sort of sprung to mind. The way she has that clarity with those high notes, and that sort of, there's a sort of a slightly 70s delivery whereby it's not about rhythm coming through the voice and the delivery, it's more about this washing over. It's sort of like an ability to ebb and flow across the music. For me, that particular was very pertinent in this lockdown. I think there's been a lot of time for reflection for all of us, a lot of stillness outside. I mean, yeah, even in big cities. I mean, I'm not in a big city at the moment, but you can tell how the wildlife has started to sort of like re-emerge, and that track for me has a lot of those qualities of something whereby we have to be quiet in order to hear it, because there's lots of nuances and delicate work. And also this sort of sense of waiting on the sun. I mean, you know, the sun has been very important, the weather, all of those things have been so important while we've reduced ourselves. And I felt this was like a perfect anthem for the lockdown. It had a way of bringing us down, focusing in, and each of the instruments, as you say, very balanced, interplaying very, very nicely with each other. And I think there is a trend amongst young music where there is a reflective thoughtfulness, you know, and those issues that we are facing around the environment, I feel somehow they are coming through in some of the music, and that was a good example of that.
Yeah, absolutely, Deborah. Lucy, let's bring you in here. I'm sure you've got
I just think that
some
was
insights to bring as well.
Yeah, that was a really brilliant way of putting it, actually. And I completely agree with what you said, Deborah, about the kind of the nature and the sort of, as we're all being still, like such a good way of putting it. And I think that's exactly what I got from this track. I was lucky enough to see Yartree at the MJF House showcase last year. And I really enjoyed the performance there, so I was glad to see them. And I had a listen to some of their other stuff as well, and they are a really interesting band. I think Bethany's vocals are just phenomenal, really unique as well, actually. Like I haven't heard anything like that in recent years, so I was really really captivated by those. And yeah, I just think they're just a really exciting band, and I'm looking forward to seeing where they go, what they do next.
And I think they've made a little bit of thing already. They're still early stage in their band career, but they're playing to a lot of different audiences. They're not just playing jazz festivals. And having chatted to Liam, he's really keen, like most artists are, to play wherever they can. But he's pitched this band not specifically at jazz festivals, although all the jazz festivals love it because it's all that mixture of influence and sounds that we've all been talking about. But it speaks to so many different types of listeners as well, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah. I think there's one thing that I really, and a theme that I will mention a few times probably today, is that the thing about jazz is that it's very much about an expression that should be in the moment, based on the fact that, you know, jazz comes out of improvisation. And in order to really fully be in the moment, you've got to fully be who you are as well. And I love the idea of these influences from other musics, especially sort of something like Indian music, whereby you can bring a unique taste, something that sort of tickles the ear in a different way. And I think this band definitely is starting to really feel secure in its own personality.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And it's nice to hear a band, isn't it? It's a band kind of playing. You can hear that. And something. I mean, is that something you kind of look out for when you're programming Harker in York?
I do actually. I do try and go for like bands, distinct musical identity as a band, rather than it just being a vehicle for like a soloist to kind of flaunt what they're doing. And then you see that same kind of lineup, like so-and-so quartet, and it's the same lineup, but just with a slightly different emphasis. I really try and go for people who have quite like solid concepts and really set out what is it that I'm trying to achieve musically, in terms of, you know, who am I speaking to, and really have their own identity. And again, I think that's something that's really been fostered in Leeds and Tight Lines. It's something about the environment there is producing all these bands with very different, that although they sound very different and have very different intentions about what they're doing, all have this kind of root behind them.
Yeah, that's a really important point as well, about that kind of the environment that's available to those artists to kind of foster and allow that music to grow. You know, I mean, and it could happen in the formal environment, like you just mentioned at Leeds College, or informally, which is perhaps sometimes more interesting. You know, that's when you get the different, you know, more sort of grassroots level people contributing what it means to them. And I think with the combination of the, you know, what's happening out there on the ground, and then bringing in a more kind of academic tutored approach, you get some really interesting fusion there as well. You get a nice balance, don't you?
Just say that again, Steve. That's an interesting point, but just say it again.
I think I was talking about the balance of the grassroots approach that some artists will bring to some work, and combining that with a more academic tutored tutored approach, where you can get the fusion of those two worlds, making something interesting as well. And,
because I think one of the things about emerging artists is that they've come through what is quite intense training, you know, around jazz, and sometimes they've been through a classical route before that as well. So you've got, you know, this is one of the reasons why I get so excited about the jazz area, is because you've got highly trained musicians. I mean, the really, really, the of knowledge and understanding is incredible. And then what they're trying to do, like little sort of birds leaving the nest to fly, they're trying to take all of that, hold all of that, and then express something they want to say as well. And of course, they're very conscious of how we're going to stand out, what's our unique selling point. You know, I mean, we've got to be practical in this world too. So you can feel how they're holding all of these different elements and feeling their way forward in that, which is what I think is really exciting about emerging artists. You probably agree with that, Lucy, in terms of, you know, that's one of the things that you're doing, is working with those new talents.
Absolutely, yeah, agree, totally, yeah.
Okay, we should we give a verdict? I think we can give a thumbs up to, I'm just seeing whether we can do a little visual thumbs up for Yatri, if that's what we all think. Reactions, there we go. I'll put the thumbs up for them. And there they go. So yeah, Yatri, I think I've got all their thumbs. Well, Lucy and Deborah perhaps not quite reaching for their keyboards as quickly as Harker and myself, but there you go. So Yatri, and if you enjoyed that, you can see Yatri live, playing live as part of the online festival on Sunday afternoon, on the 24th of May. They're going to be on in the afternoon performing one of the live sets that we've managed to set up as part of the United We Stream platform. That's going to be really exciting as well. So come and check out their set then. So Yatri, Waiting on the Sun. Okay, next up we have another vocalist leading her own ensemble and songwriter. This is Nisha Smith. Nisha is again someone who's come through the MJF Hot House Talent Development Program and has been slowly embedding herself within, especially the Manchester music scene. And she recently released this new video single called Blue Dream. I thought we'd have a listen to this.
Something in your eyes, sweetness, sadness. Thought I noticed something in your eyes. Moonlight madness, call it a surprise. You envelop me. Something in your smile, watching, waiting. Thought I noticed something in your smile. Captivating, stay a little while. You're the hope I need. I live in a blue dream, but it's been a long sleep. Oh, won't you come wake me, blue girl, blue world, blue dream.
Nisha Smith and Blue Dream, filmed, I think, she said, in the wilds of Northumbria. And let's give a special mention to Andy Stamatakis Brown on piano, Grant Russell on the double bass on that, and a wonderful string quartet led by Semi Singh, familiar face on Mancunian jazz string environments, along with, I think, Sophia Dinion on viola and William Hewer on cello, and the almost unpronounceable Eva Thoronsdottir, I think he said in his worst Icelandic, on violin as well. And you know, I am always pressed into some awful, not awful, but some pronunciation dilemma when announcing bands at the festival. And there's always someone in the audience who's from that country who goes to great lengths to correct me afterwards, thankfully. So Lucy, let's chat about Nisha and that remarkable and surreal video.
Really beautiful song.
Yeah.
And the thing that really grabbed me was, first of all, her voice. It's really stunning. And I really enjoyed the kind of the arrangement, the musicians, the strings and the piano, just absolutely beautiful. I don't know a lot about Nisha, actually. I know that she's been on the Hot House program before, but I'd really like to know more about her and kind of where she's going. I noticed she's doing some theatre work as well, which I thought is quite interesting, and yeah, I'd like to hear more about that. In terms of the music, like, you can really hear the influences there from, like, I don't know, I was thinking Norah Jones and sort of Billie Holiday's, that kind of classic sort of vocal influence. But yeah, I enjoyed this one. And yeah, as I said, I'd like to know more about her and kind of what she's doing. Yeah. Do you have any more info, Steve? Could you talk a bit about her?
She's as you can probably hear, and I don't know if you could pick up the Australian lilt in her voice as well, because she came to Manchester a couple of years ago and has been busy. I mean, she came in standards, and I think when she came to Hot House a couple of years ago, I was really interested in her original work because she'd sidelined that, and she wanted to be a standard singer, and I was saying to her, well, whoa, hang on a minute. There's lots of people doing that. You've got this tiny nugget of something unusual and interesting here. I think you should really focus on that instead and develop that and bring that out. So that's what, during her time on Hot House, we brought that, if you like, and she then since wrote and released a whole album of original music, and she's busy touring that across the country now, I think. And she's a lovely character, and she's got this art of being relaxed on stage and making everyone relax. And there's such an art to that, not bringing any tension or kind of challenge to her kind of time on stage, and making people feel like, oh, right, okay, it's okay. Nisha's in charge. She's on stage. She can do whatever she wants now. But also, she's got this really, despite that gentleness, she's got this like surreal quirkiness, as you kind of saw with her, her kind of visual ideas as well, and how, she relates some of that imagery to music. I thought that was really interesting as well. Someone's thought about that rather than just filming a band. They've made a music video, which, including.
Must have been a hard video to make, I was thinking, as I was watching it. Like getting that bed out there and holding the fish.
I know.
Yes. Really picked it out of the water. It was cleverly done.
Yeah.
I know, as a lifelong vegetarian, I could never do that. Never hold a fish. So hats off to Nisha just for that. Yeah, but and the string arrangement's beautiful as well.
Yeah.
And totally complimenting the, what she's attempting to achieve with that song, isn't she? And have you seen her out and about gigging over in York and Yorkshire, Crick, at all?
I think I saw her at Lancaster
Yeah.
Jazz Festival at the Northern Line Showcase.
Yeah.
I'm guessing last
Yes.
September.
Oh, with her quintet, yes.
Yes,
Right,
and yeah, that was really nice. Like it was, I think she was on fairly early on in the afternoon, and it was kind of around the time I was just arriving there, and like they had all these deck chairs set out and just kind of like relax. It's like you said, you can kind of relax into her voice, and you just kind of, it brings out something almost meditative in you. Like I could almost picture myself in like a wingback armchair with like a standing lamp and a pipe or something. I don't know, it just really, yeah, like her voice is so mature for her age. It's so deep and rich.
And quite a contrast to Bethany's in Yartree.
Yeah, definitely.
5 minutes ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a real confidence in her delivery. You know, she's very assured in what she's doing. I mean, I think one of the things that we've got to note, I mean, in fact, I want to ask this question, Steve. Everything we're listening to is original, they're all original compositions. I mean, this was an incredibly written piece of music. She totally understands the jazz standard and has made it her own.
Exactly.
So it's a song that, if you'd said to me was written in the 1940s or 50s, I would have believed you. And I think that's a really important skill to point out that she has here, because she's written something that suits her voice so well, which is why it comes across as so assured. But at the same time, it's got this quirk to it. And she is doing something very clever in that she's capturing what it's like to have one of those slightly surreal dreams. And I actually didn't watch any of the videos when I listened to all the music, because I didn't want to know what anyone looked like. I just wanted to sort of really listen, because I wanted to put any other prejudices to one side. So this is the first chance I've actually see the video, because I didn't know what was going on. But I think her delivery in that song, you get a sense of this, the sense of surreal that we sometimes have in our minds. And so there's something that's rooted in today, in her, but at the same time she's got the essence of that tradition of the jazz standard. And I think that's a really interesting sort of pull between those two things. I also felt the piano and the string arrangements were fabulous.
Yes, absolutely.
Didn't need to do too much more than what they did. And the whole thing, you know, you said that she makes you feel relaxed on stage live. I mean, as Harker was saying, we all sort of relaxed back into this sort of chair and had this chance to sort of let everything wash over us. So it was really skillful.
Yeah, definitely. And sort of relaxed but powerful with it as well. It's got that, the power is in that quiet control and the sort of the reassurance, like you're all saying, and
the tone. She has a very particular tone, which in this type of singing is really important, because you don't have much else there. But if you know, there's that tone, that expression of emotion in how she delivers as well.
I think, Lucy, I think you were just saying earlier about you'd sort of not come across it much before, but I think the theatre piece you were perhaps talking about was What Happened to Agnes, which is a show she recently produced, actually, about, I think it was her a grandma or a lost grandmother's relative or sister or something like that, and there was this family mystery about how she met her a kind of early death. But it was a really beautiful piece of work. And so I bring that in because she's got a theatrical awareness that's part of her creativity. And having seen her in various different environments, creative environments, I think that comes through in her music as well. And you can see initially isn't someone who's just going to do an ordinary song video. No, she's going to put a lot of thought into how it looks as well as how it sounds, and with as much kind of passion. But yeah, I'm just wondering if that's something that you Lucy, when you're kind of working with your talent development initiatives, do you kind of look at that as well, the whole thing, and what artists are doing, not just with the music but the context of it?
Yeah, the context and kind of the package of like how they're presenting themselves as artists. So we do, and the lead artists that run a lot of our residencies are very, very much it like they focus on that as well. So all ideas and it's really interesting, like the range of inspiration that artists take, and on those residencies you really see a lot of like people be inspired by other people's ideas and develop their own visual and sort of musical sort of content as well.
Yeah, it's so important, isn't it? Because otherwise you're just well, if you don't think about the whole thing, you know, you're missing a trick, aren't you? And
absolutely,
people have so many different ways into your music, you know, as an artist, and it's not always through the music itself. Sometimes, you know, people arrive at it through another means, don't they?
And that thing about like I kind of feel a bit, I don't like referring to it as this, but the personal brand thing that people do, like with present and stuff, that sounds very corporate and markety, but I suppose like the visual, like it is an extension of being an artist today, basically, like that kind of visual presence as well.
Exactly, yes.
And releasing singles. You said this was a single. I mean, this is a big trend in amongst the musicians that I'm working with, that they will release one or two singles before the album comes out, sort of month by month, as a way of sort of keeping people interested, and we've got this out new, and so you can post something on social media. So the single in jazz is actually really important, as is the EP.
Yes. And when was there a single when we were growing up? Well, no, actually, when I was growing up, rather. I don't remember any jazz singles. Do you? I'm kind of thinking way back, you know, here to the 60s and 70s, the 80s. You know, it was all albums, and you know, if there was an album, because very little jazz actually recorded, documented, as you know, nowhere near as much as it is nowadays. It was very much a kind of live music and you know, there wasn't much investment in documenting. I don't seem to remember many. You know, there's a few exceptions, of course, but anyway, that's all changed now. Thankfully, we can all experience music like this whenever we want to. And yeah, that's just returning to Nisha. I think she has all those things that you're describing really calmly under control, and that sort of you know, that quiet assurance that she conveys with her music, as we were saying, it's a tough job. It's a really, really hard to do, but when someone makes it look so effortless like that, you think, I'll have some more of that. So that was Nisha. Let's give a reaction to Nisha. I think we should have a little. I'm going to give Nisha a thumbs up, I think. Yeah. So
give her a round of applause.
A round of applause, Humphrey. Yes.
We only have 2 reactions to choose.
Yes. Okay, well, I feel sorry for Yartree now. We've got to go back and applaud Yartree. Okay. Let's move on to our third and final band for today. And I should also add that if you're watching the festival on Sunday, as I hope many of you will be, Nisha is performing. She's recorded a special balcony concert for us with her pianist and I believe a dancer. They set up this socially distanced gig in their apartment and they filmed it for us. So we're going to watch that again in the afternoon on Sunday, the 24th of May. So do come back and check out what Nisha has prepared for us there. Okay, let's move on to our third and final piece now, something completely different, and such is the beauty of jazz. We're going to listen to an amazing, fairly new band from the north, again emanating from Leeds, called Beyond Albedo. And this is a track of theirs called North of Perditus. That's Beyond Albedo and their live performance, I think, from the Lancaster Jazz Festival and Northern Line Showcase that you were talking about earlier last year, Harcrit. And that song or track called North of Perditus, which I'll be honest with you, I had to look up because I'd never come across Perditus before. I thought it was Sleepy Village in North Yorkshire, perhaps somewhere near you, Harcrit. But yeah, look at, well, let's have a listen to what Deborah thinks about that, because I'm curious to get your reaction straight away, Deborah. And I have a suspicion that you might have liked that.
I did really like that. Yeah, that's totally up my street.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Deborah. Just before I want to. Yeah, credit the lineup, because we've got Lara Jones on and Ben Gaunt on synths, Tim Knowles on the bass, and Sarah Hannigan at the drums. So apologies for missing that stellar lineup of players there. Deborah, back to you.
Yeah. And what a stellar lineup. Yeah. I mean, I picked the first that I want to talk about is this incredible sort of work between Ben's synths and is it Lara on saxophone?
Lara, yeah.
So you have this open, warm, but slightly edgy, dark view of the world, Lara. And then this tight sound, it's like someone's got their hands round the throat of a synth, and these sounds have gone all tight, and it's so different and original. And this is you know, this is what I'm talking about when I'm referring to people really being in the moment, sucking up all of this stuff, all of this music that we have access to in this day and age, and so then twisting it and turning it and making it clearly jazz. It is jazz for me, and yet it's so original thing. Plus we've got the factor of, you know, women in the band completely sort of like integrated, which is so important for me as someone who feels extremely strongly about women generally in our society. And as part of Match and Fuse, that's been a big part of our emphasis, is always, I mean, all my shows always feature a lot of female composers and musicians. So, and just everything about them felt really, really contemporary, in the moment, exciting. I mean, that was a live performance as well, but we weren't there, and yet it was still really, really hot. You know, this is a sort of like a hotbed of all of the bubbling things that I really enjoy.
Oh, fantastic. Lucy?
Yeah, I absolutely love this. I've met, well, Lara did a Both Sides Now residency that we ran with Shiva Fesharecki, and yeah, I was just then really blown away by Lara's musical abilities and her ideas as an artist. And Sarah Hennigan, I saw at the drummer, I saw her at the Hot House Showcase.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah.
She did like a solo
drum project,
performance, which was just really innovative and really cool. Yeah, I think Beyond Albedo, I haven't ever seen them live. I'm watching that. I just think that the texture of it was really new and fresh, and I really loved the fact that they were playing riff basically, and then it was just built from that, and that was just phenomenal. Yeah, and as Deborah said, like not being there but actually feeling like I was there was just it's just an amazing skill basically. So yeah, I really loved it.
Fantastic. Harcrit, I think you must have seen them live.
Yes, I was there at this one. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I was actually running towards the train for this particular tune, because they were like last on on the showcase, and I remember it, like, of course, overrunning ever so slightly, and then I was like, oh my god, I've got to get a train, it's the last one back to York. But I remember at the time being really impressed with their set as well. I know Lara from Jay Frisco, who have played. I remember one time I booked them to play at a small venue I used to work at, the Basement, and towards the end of the set, they invited everyone to kind of sit down and have a group meditation with them, and then merged from that into the tune. And I guess that I think you can really see that, like, Lara's personality in the way she plays. Like, you can see that come across. And Beyond Albedo, although they're very different in some ways, they're also quite similar in other ways. With this kind of sometimes I think it's like the space between the sounds. That's where the magic happens with the band she plays in. And yeah, it was. I kind of relate to what Deborah was saying. At points, it was almost like uncomfortable. You were on edge, but in this really challenging way, you know. And it kind of lilted between kind of coming together and then coming apart again. And that's this kind of interplay that was going on between kind of order and chaos. I find that really interesting. And yeah, I mean, the synth work sounded great as well. The way it kind of like went between the two, and I thought actually the editing of the video was good in that sense, because you see him like really looking over like really intensely, and it was they're a really great bands. So I'm really kind of looking forward to seeing how they develop as well.
Quite menacing sound at times as well.
It can be.
Yeah, Lucy, sorry, you wanted to come in.
I love the description of interstellar soundscapes, because I read that before I listened to the tune, and I totally got that from listening. It was really, very cosmic.
I guess like it kind of ties to what we were talking earlier about having like an identity as before, like, you know, they're all dressed in these jumpsuits.
Yes, they are.
And I think it's just kind of, even just as they walked on stage, you were like, well, this is going to be a bit some of the other stuff I heard today. You made a really good choice with these 3 videos, by the way. You could not have like 3 more like varied examples of what's going on in kind of young northern jazz at the moment.
Yeah. But isn't that's just jazz, isn't it? I mean, that's totally what the whole scene is about. And in a way, you wouldn't have to work hard to get a sort of variation like this, even just within 3 bands. You just need to kind of pick almost 3 at random.
It's without doubt the most exciting, you know, genre of music today. I mean, it has been for about the last, I'd say, at least 5 to 8 years. I mean, I know we've had a bit of an explosion of certain areas of jazz, but I've been working in it sort of quite closely for the last 7 or 8 years, and the only reason I got involved in it was because it was so exciting, and I could feel that. I think also the role of the synth at the moment is really interesting, and I'm absolutely loving what people are doing with synthesizers, partly because there's such a range of sound that you can get from it. And Ben Gaunt there really showed us, you know, sort of like what you could, how you can really sort of be imaginative, creative, weird, freaky, and yet sounds so cool and good at the same time. You know, it's got a real range to it. And I'm reviewing an album at the moment that uses synths from Dan Nichols so well. You know, so I think it's really an exciting addition to some of the jazz artists. I think the use of the synth.
Yeah, you're right, and it works so well when it's trying not to copy something else, isn't it? When it's its own instrument, because ultimately, when synths first came up, they were kind of devised to replace real music or to copy them, to emulate them, and now we've kind of thankfully got past that stage, and it's become its own potential kind of sound world, and that's what we're hearing in bands like this. Isn't
I
it?
always think about how, like, in dance music, the 808 was this like drum machine that was so kind of took on this life of its own, and people were making tunes just out of this drum machine, but was originally marketed towards replacing the drummer completely, so people could just tinkle along on a piano without the drummer in a bar.
And it's great how this band they're so determined to be jazz, and yet if you had someone perhaps who someone coming in from a totally different viewpoint or a listening point, you at first would think, okay, I've got sax, keyboard, bass and drums. It could be jazz. Then you start hearing the sound and think, and it totally belongs, I'm sure, to our ears, but to a lot of other people's ears as well. It's not just the instruments that use them to make up the lineup, but it's also what they're doing with that, and also with the structure of a piece of music, because there's no, it's not like there's this verse, the chorus, or an identifier. You can hear progression through it, and I think you were talking about earlier, that sort of build of pace and energy, and that's kind of replacing a more traditional approach to making a piece of music, and equally valid, I think, here.
I think one of the other things that's important is the word energy, because if we look back through the history of jazz, especially say around that era of bebop, sort of later on in the 40s and 50s or whatever, that what people were saying and needed to say, this is what I feel young musicians are doing today, is they're taking what are a lot of frustrations and irritations with how the world is set up, and these tensions between differences in how we believe we should operate our societies, and it's causing a great energy and a sort of a rebellion, and I'm hearing that a lot in these bands. It's a real, you're saying they're determined to be a sort of a jazz band. I think that's something to do with the fact that they can really express all those sort of subtleties of intellectual thought and pure sort of tribal energy at the same time.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's great. Well, I can almost anticipate the reaction to this, but maybe we should just formalize our reaction.
We put both up. Is there a way of putting both?
I don't know if you can, actually. I think
no, you just switch between them. I'll give it for a thumbs.
Oh, go on.
I'm going to go sort of like
Harker, you're the only thumb in a round of applause. Thanks so much, folks. This has been it's been a lovely session. It's fantastic to kind of share our combined enthusiasms for the wonderful music that's just being made at the moment, and share that with the listeners. So we're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to do it all again with 3 completely different sounds as well. But for the meantime, let's thank the bands that we've been listening to. We went to Yartree first, Nishla Smith, and just now, of course, Beyond Albedo. And love to also thank my enlightened guests, the delightful Harkrit Boprai, Lucy Scott, and Deborah Richards. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your expertise. And thanks. We'll see you again this time tomorrow.
Thanks, Steve.
Hello, my name is Chris Allen. I've been a volunteer at the Manchester Jazz Festival for the last 4 years, and 2020 would have been my 5th year as a volunteer. My best memory is of in 2017, when the Spiegel tent was up for the first time. Dennis Baptiste and his quartet came to play. I was doing artist liaison that evening, so I met Dennis and his wife when they arrived in their car from London, and offered him a drink and showed him the green room, and we had a great joke about he said, is there anything to eat? And I said, yeah, probably a few biscuits. He said, have you got any chocolate ones? And I said, yeah, only if you're good. And he said, well, okay, I'll have a chocolate biscuit. I'll give it you back at half time if it's no good. Anyway, he came off the stage after the first set, and we had a great laugh, because I said, I think you can keep the chocolate biscuit, because it was really good, and I'm looking forward to the second half. Anyway, I'm sorry that the Jazz Festival hasn't been able to be on this year, but I'm sure it'll be in future years. Good luck and all the best. Bye.
We've got the second MJF Introduces Roundtable at the same time tomorrow, 5 o'clock. And don't forget, we've got Nishla Smith performing actually live on Sunday here at MJF. So
incredible.
Next up, we spoke to Matt and Phreds, one of the inimitable venues in Manchester. I remember my first experience of Matt and Phreds and thinking, what a warm, inviting, casual venue to hear jazz. You know, you can really move and dance. And we've asked them to sort of pick something that represents their involvement with MJF over the last few years. Yeah. And rightly so, they've picked Mr. Wilson's Second Liners. Yeah. That's another unique selling point of the festival, is having such a band on. They are called Mr. Wilson's Second Liners. I think this is actually quite important in the introduction. Yeah. Second Liners are part of the New Orleans tradition. They're the band that follow the funeral procession marching band. So after the sadness and the doom and gloom and that slow, juicy sound, the second liners come in and basically bring everything into a party and celebration. And that's what this band does. And they're called Mr. Will, wonderful factory founder, Tony Wilson. And they often do covers of Hacienda. That's part of their, from the Hacienda, part of their repertory, and lots of other storming rave tunes. I know that they do a version of Breathe by The Prodigy, which I used to rinse when I was DJing. I love that track. And they bring that New Orleans feeling into a bit of the rave culture. So we've got Matt and Phreds now.
sleep, I can't get no sleep. Insomnia, I can't get no sleep. I can't get no sleep.
You got a velvet mouth so soft. You look beautiful, shimmering and working, wonderful and our time. On the telephone, oh God, and everything on the telephone, and you watching like an angel. And love is your mom's body piece in the tube. I'm from the car road, I just come out of the shit, talking to the most beautiful mom. Hey, you see, every shouting like a shouting like a shouting shouting like shouting mega white thing, mega white thing, mega white thing, mega shouting like shouting like shouting mega white thing. So many things to see and do. Let me come out of the two, and I'm going back to always on here to a new tension headed.
Right, hello, I'm Ian, and I have been a very keen supporter of the Jazz Festival for many years, probably ever since it started. I've probably been to most, in fact all the jazz festivals that have been going, apart from the ones that are interfered with by the IRA. And sadly, this year's, due to the pandemic, I would have hoped to have been a volunteer this year as well. I've been a volunteer for the last 2 years, enjoyed it, and I would say the two nights I can think of from being a volunteer are firstly picking up the fag ends off Albert Square early in the morning. It's a really exciting job. And secondly, these t-shirts. Yes, look.
Mr. Wilson's second liner is tearing it up at Matt and Phreds, such a cornerstone venue of MJF over the years.
I've just never seen anything quite like that. The outfits are quite something too.
They are, yeah. And there's such a, we should shout to all the venues, really. All the venues that we would have been, like RNCM, Bound on the Wall, Stoller Hall.
Whiskey Jar.
Yeah, Whiskey Jar, St. Anne's Church. Because none of them are available to any of us at the moment, but they will be there when music comes back, when live music comes back to life. So let's remember to keep supporting them all through this time. Now, Deborah, this is another fascinating program up next. I was really excited to be able to bring a lot of the MJF Originals composers from over the past 12 or 13 years together. So this is an MJF Originals opportunity is about commissioning a new piece of work from one of our cherished artists in the region. And we've created 25 of them now over the years. And I just wanted to look back over some of those highlights and talk to the composers about the highs and the lows, all the scary bits, seeing a new piece of work and having a premiere. Yeah, they've been
I think, sorry to interject, but I think also one of the purposes of this, from my viewpoint, it means that you can also just extend the reach a little bit on this in this terms of the genre of the music. And so I've seen things that are sort of bordering or moving into other areas of music. They're progressive, they're a little bit out there. It's a chance for artists to really experiment and throw things up in the air a little bit. And that's what I've always found exciting of MJF.
Absolutely. And you hear exactly that. And these artists in tonight's show talking about just that kind of boundary pushing and mixing up genres. Because we have wonderful violin player Olivia Moore, pianist George King, and the bass player Matt Owens joining John Helliwell and myself for the next hour to talk about their works with MJF Originals. Thanks very much for joining us here. Okay, we're talking to three of our esteemed MJF Originals composers from the past. Oh, I think it must be about 12, 13 years. We're also joined by someone very special. Just before we get cracking with our discussion on the commissioned works Let's go round the screen and say hello to everyone who we've got here today. John.
Okay, well, I'm John Halliwell. I'm a musician, saxophone player, only for the last 52 or 3 years. And I've been involved, it was good, with the selection process of the MJF originals. So I've been a trustee in the past for about 18 years at the Jazz Festival. And so it's nice to see these people again. It'd be good to hear what's happened since.
Great. Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt, and I play the bass and like to compose music, and I was lucky enough to be part of the MJF Originals in 2009.
Hello, George.
Hello, I'm George King, piano player, composer from Manchester as well. I can't remember what year I did it now, Steve.
2012 it was.
2012, that was it, yes.
Yeah.
So my commission was in 2012, yes.
Fantastic.
I'm also the sworn enemy of Matt Owens.
We'll hear more about that, I'm sure, as the call goes on.
Calm down, Matt, calm down.
Ollie, how are you? You're looking very soft focus today, but say hello to us all.
Completely intentional. Yeah, I'm Olivia, and Olivia Moore, and I play the violin. And I did a commission in 2009. It was kind of a visual thing, which is a bit embarrassing that I haven't actually been able to produce any video for you. However, I'm really excited to talk about it.
Yeah, it's not embarrassing at all. I mean, to be honest, we're such a long way with this commissioned works. Technology wasn't so widely available, digital technology so widely available right at the start. So we barely captured any of the early works at all. And maybe there's a few kind of rough recordings that exist, but that's something perhaps we'll talk about later, you know, how the documentation of them. And I think for us, for the people we're talking to today, a lot of it lives in our collective memories rather than in the digital space. But John, just what you were saying earlier, because to invite people into the process of how we curated these works, it was really a call out to the whole Northern artistic community, wasn't it?
Yes.
And we wanted to hear what musicians would really like to do. If they were given the opportunity, a budget and a performance opportunity, what, without any restrictions, would they like to produce?
It was so varied, wasn't it? And
yeah.
I think for each year we must have had 20, 24
applications,
so, at least that. And obviously it had to be whittled down because it would be physically impossible for us to listen to every one.
Yeah. Yeah, and everyone submitted a proposal, which creative idea was, and then about how they'd try and deliver it, who was involved, and that kind of thing. And we were doing a lot of it on gut feeling, weren't we, John? Really, about what sounded great, what sounded really exciting, really quickly to kind of follow up on.
You start with the excitement of the piece itself, and then the problems occur because there's the reality of. If someone wanted a 100-piece orchestra, that's more difficult than a trio, for example. Yeah. So there are practicalities which, unfortunately, have to exist in this world. Although the great thing about the MJF is that all the time we're trying to stretch the boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of what is jazz?
Exactly. I think that was That was a really important part of this, wasn't it? And even looking at the three composers we got today, ranging from everything from Indian music, contemporary, classical. So even within three composers here, we've got a widespread, and we'll have more discussions with some of the other composers that really widen out the genre at all. But I think actually, when we started commissioning work, we hadn't called it MJF Originals. I think MJF Originals was something our dear friend and colleague Fanny curated for us back in 2008, 2009. So our first two originals composers were indeed Matt and Ollie, who are here. And I actually have the brochure from your year, 2009, there. Dug that out of the office.
How are we like the first originals? I thought you said that you did it for 5 years.
Well, we've been commissioning work before, but we only started calling it MJF Originals in 2009. So there's Matt's page in the brochure. You can see that. There he is with his double bass. There's a description of Matt's project. And then over the page, we've got Ollie, who's in a mask in the woods. Ollie's piece was called Mask, and Matt's piece was called 10. We went for short, snappy titles in the early days, didn't we? And
one syllable only.
yes, that's all that was allowed.
3
But
letters.
just to kind of have a focus in on, perhaps Matt, do you want to go first and tell us what you came up with for your idea? It was called 10, and I think, you know, does what it says on the tin. It had 10 musicians in, didn't it?
I think that was pretty straightforward. I seem to remember talking about the process of putting the ideas forward, that when I put my submission in, that I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So I was kind of quite surprised when I got offered the chance, and it changed quite radically, I think, what I submitted.
We're intrigued by vagueness.
Yeah, I think I was eloquently vague, which got me the gig. But I can't actually remember what I originally proposed, but shortly afterwards, when I had maybe an initial meeting with Steve, I stumbled across a wind quintet in doing a concert at the Royal Northern. Some students, or I think they might have been ex-students then, playing some contemporary classical music and doing stuff with electronics. And that kind of set me thinking that that's what I wanted to explore. And so I approached them to see if they would like to be part of the project. And they were really keen. So basically, the gist of what I did was combining this wind quintet of classical musicians with a jazz quartet, using some well-known local players, myself on bass, John Ellis on piano, Neil Yates on the trumpet, and Rick Whedon on the drums. And to make it up to 10, I added Sophie Hastings, who was playing tuned percussion, marimba and vibes, and Glock. That was the lineup, and
And it ended up, I mean, that, John, I think that was really intriguing for us, because that was merging the wind quintet with the kind of jazz ensemble as well. And that was quite interesting to us, wasn't it, at the time? I remember thinking about those two platforms for music and thinking, that doesn't happen in that sort of chamber setting.
No, it doesn't. And it actually turned out to be a really lovely soundscape to work on. Yeah, really enjoyed that.
And you created almost like a kind of song suite, I think, Matt, didn't you, really?
Yeah, so within that, as well as writing a number of pieces for it, and actually arranging some of my previous pieces, I invited 3 singers that I was working with a lot at the time to perform, and basically I just arranged one of their songs, or a song they liked to sing, for the ensemble. So that gave an added dimension, and I think helped keep the concert interesting for everyone.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and if I remember rightly, Matt, we premiered your piece at the much missed Green Room Theatre, didn't we, in Manchester? Now Gorilla, of course.
Yes. I think we talked about which venue would suit it, and I played in the Green Room a number of times, both in the theatre and the foyer. Actually had a long-running jazz gig for many years, so I felt quite at home with it, and I thought it was a really nice, intimate size where, you know, the instruments, especially the wind quintet, would need minimal amplification. And people would get to just enjoy the acoustic sonority of the musicians.
Yeah, and I think that idea of the environment became increasingly important, didn't it, John, as we commissioned more work about not just what the music was, but where it happened, the surroundings of it, and actually putting music in either unusual spaces, remembering Neil Yates's surroundings when we did the antiphonal piece in St Anne's Church. That was amazing, wasn't it? Yeah. But the idea, Matt, that you're picking up about the environment being not only acoustically sympathetic to the music, but a nice experience for the audience to experience that as well.
And the musicians too, to be kind of close to each other. It's not a huge stage there, and close to the audience.
Yeah, sometimes the space kind of almost dictates what the music's you know, through the channels of the composer, of course, but the Cottonopolis is one, you know, we should talk about that on a different time, but that industrial space, and then you've got the church. Yeah, it's pretty important. The space where it's going to be performed is very important for the music.
So Matt, you premiered your piece on the 26th of July that year, Sunday the 26th of July it was, at the Green Room. Tickets were a mere £10, and I just thought we'd also flag up that the following day you could also come and see Olivia in Mask, who's also playing for £10, bargain price, at the Contact Theatre. And you did 2 nights, Ollie, with your piece. But do you want to fill us in a little bit more about what Mask was all about? Because as you said earlier, it had a kind of visual component to it as well, didn't it?
What was quite interesting was that I had these guys that called themselves like acoustomaticians, as they were like doing kind of like stuff with laptops, like with Ableton software, which was fairly cutting edge back then. And then I had Mark on projections with visuals, and he was basically like a kind of nature photographer. So like, for instance, in the lockdown, he's basically like living in a nature reserve, like taking nature photos. Like, he was like a proper like nature photographer, but we had this like kind of, we got on well and we worked closely together. It was like, there was like a vision for it and everything. I think quite often you don't have that so much. Quite often you work on the music and then you bring in the visuals afterwards, but he was helping me find the plot and I was composing music separately on the side, but I had this idea of this kind of like visual thing that I was going to do anyway, I think. And
I think that's a really important part to raise, Ollie, because actually that when you're creating new work, if it is a work that features more than one medium, that genuine integration at the outset is really important, isn't it? So you're not compromising one the other, and you're not just having one dominate the other. And I think that was really successful with your piece, because it was a genuine, not quite immersive as it were, but it felt like an experience for the eyes and the ears as well.
Yeah, it felt like that. It was very personal.
Yeah, it was. And yours, in the Contact, it was a very small space, wasn't it? We did it 2 nights in a row so that audiences could come and see it again, not again, but to lots of audiences, because you wanted a really small room so that people didn't feel lost in a big space. And that just goes back to what John was saying earlier about the space being important, an integral part of the piece as well. But and I think in the band you had people like Stuart McCallum, didn't you, and Pete Turner, yeah, and the late Much Missed Adam as well on percussion. Yeah, he was in the band on Phreds. And Ollie, how's that kind of inspired or informed some of your work since then? You know, in the last 10 to 12 years, do you think, that piece, Mask?
I suppose it was a very challenging thing because it was the ensemble and visuals, and I had to think about the lighting and everything like that. So in a way, everything since then has seemed fairly easy, you know.
Yes. It's funny, yeah, we hear that quite a lot actually, that the originals commission is the hardest thing in a musician's life they've ever been faced with doing. But yeah, I mean, I have fond memories of all these works. When I've been going back and looking at some of the footage, it's incredible what people have come up with, and also quite in a set amount of time and to budget. It's amazing how people pull the stops out to really make something really special when the pressure's on slightly. But yeah, I think your piece was it was a lovely sound as well, Ollie, because you kept it quite deceptively simple, I think, with, you know, the harmonic structures as well. And it was very melodic and very open. But
I know. I've managed to find like the audio. It's funny at the time because it was me and Matt together, and I think it's the only time that you've had like 2 commissions on the same year.
Yeah.
And I had this idea that Matt's music would be absolutely amazing. and I was really kind of had this complex that my show wouldn't have been as good. And unfortunately, I never got to see Matt's then, but since then I've got the CD and I absolutely love the music. It's really folky and stuff. But but I think it was very simple. I've been listening back to the audio, and it makes me think, gosh, why am I I'm so self-conscious nowadays that my music isn't complicated enough or interesting enough. But then back then it was even simpler, and it sounded nice. So that gives me confidence, maybe, that I shouldn't worry too much.
Yeah, there's already enough complicated music in the world, Ollie. And also we should mention that it really, you really kind of explored that interesting that you have in Indian music and Indian classical music and improvisation, and it really brought that to the fore as well, because that's a big part of your music, mate. Yeah. George. Let's bring George in at this bit, because George, you created a wonderful piece with some very special players in, and it was also a collaboration, I think, with the Manchester Camerata, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah, Manchester Camerata it was, yeah.
Yeah. So this was Songs of the Caged Bird.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so it was a song cycle for jazz singers. So this was Doreen Edwards, the wonderful, inimitable Doreen Edwards. And string orchestra. So I think it was 10 players from what I remember. So it's kind of a chamber string setting. And it was taking poems that kind of reflect African American culture through various generations. So starting off with, a lot of the poems came from a book called The Negro Caravan, which is kind of some slave writers, some African American politicians from the slave era as well, writing about what was going on in America at the time, through to more contemporary works by Maya Angelou, and a few kind of real-time accounts as well within the piece. So it's kind of, it was almost like a timeline through history, if you like.
And you had sampled voices reading, didn't you, as part of the music and in between the songs? And
yeah, I mean, I had Maya Angelou reading one of the poems, but also there was an account of a lynching as well, which was pretty disturbing, actually. And yeah, so we had that kind of with a through composed piece as well, leading into, I think it was Strange Fruit, a reworking of that song.
Yeah.
Abe Meerpol's song, yeah.
It was, and I think we asked people not to clap until the very end, didn't we? Because it was some of it was quite harrowing, but it was so moving by the end. You really brought it up so that we ended on a strange high. It was a kind of, a cautious optimism, I felt, at the end.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But I Know How the Caged Bird Sings, which is a beautiful poem. I guess, it's. I think even within the kind of all that anger and evil and all that happens, there's always a beauty within it, and I kind of, as you say, like a cautious optimism for the future, which is interesting now when we're going through the Trump era, but there we go. It kind of peaks and troughs, I think, with everything.
Exactly, And we mentioned the partnership that we struck up with Manchester Camerata, who really kind of worked with us on the strings, got those players. That was a really fruitful one. But of course, the main collaboration was that exquisite choice of Doreen, who's such a well-loved character on the Manchester music scene, isn't she?
Oh, she's fabulous, and she's one of these, there's no ego to her. She just does what she does, but she does it so well, and which makes her a great performer as well, because you can tell there's no sides. It's like, I'll present things and I'll do it very simply, but it's going to be as well as it can sound, because she's just a fabulously talented woman.
John, I don't know if you remember when we were talking about this piece in 2012 about I was really interested in the whole subject matter and the way that George was presenting doing it and the song cycle, but also it was a great way of actually bringing someone like Doreen, who perhaps normally would have fell outside this kind of canon of commission, because Doreen's world is very much about the song and the connection with the audience. And I don't know about you, but I remember being really attracted by the thought of bringing Doreen into a piece like this, which I think was also quite challenging for her, wasn't it?
Yes, and she's such a good singer. Yes, but I should say, not a normal jazz festival person per se, but to bring her into that context, and what George wrote for the strings and George's playing, that was so beautiful to back her up. And it was very successful.
It was very sympathetic. I think the scoring and all that, it was very, gosh, it didn't sound, it was one of those premieres that didn't sound like a premiere, wasn't it, as well? Sounded like.
Yeah, well, I think it was one of those things. I mean, we got together, me and Doreen, for a couple of evenings, and then after those 2 evenings, and I mean, I knew her voice anyway because we'd worked together in various settings, but I just like to hear her sing a few things, a few phrases. And the piece wrote itself within a couple of weeks after that, because it was just like, well, I know what needs to happen musically. I already had that in my head, but how to support vocalists as well, because you do write the singers, the material and the singer are the important things. And then kind of the colouring of it then becomes quite simple, I think, after that.
Yeah, and I think you touched on something important there, and actually, a lot of the commissions have been most successful when they end an existing musical relationship with something new bringing in. So you have a stability that you can rely on and pull on. So your partnership with Doreen and that kind of empathy that you have on stage was a really solid foundation to build a new challenging piece of work on, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think if you do have that relationship initially, it makes, if you're writing a commission for somebody you're not sure if you've got to build a relationship. There's no use writing what you've got in your head when it's just not going to suit either the ensemble or the soloist you're writing for. I think that relationship's vital. So you either take time building it, or thankfully it was already there. So it made that process quite a straightforward one.
Yeah. The empathy was very apparent between you.
Well, she's got that brilliant combination of no ego but being absolutely superb, you know, and that's quite rare, I think, actually.
Yes.
I'm not mentioning any names, Matt.
Well, just bringing Matt and Ollie in, because I think that idea of actually using an existing, I mean, with you, Ollie, you had the band Unfurl, and you had some members of that form part of the commission. And with you, Matt, I think you had a few people in the 10-piece that you already had existing musical relationships with. So you had that stability. I wonder if you could talk about that, about using existing relationships to then build new work and bring in new players, maybe.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit like, as George said, it's just having that solid platform that you can build off. I was playing with Rick Whedon and John Ellis just all the time around that period in several different bands, so I knew exactly you know, what would sound good with them, and because we were playing quite a few different styles of music, I knew I could push things in different directions. We could do whatever, something with a swing beat, but then we could do music from you know, inspired by grooves from around the world, and they would make whatever I asked of them sound much better than I could have anticipated. And then Neil Yates I'd played with for a number of years, again in a number of settings, and yeah, he's a fabulous musician and just makes everything you ask him to play, or every solo section you give him, sound brilliant. Yeah, consistently too, really fun. And then having that bass meant, you know, I had something absolutely rock solid that I could then sort of explore. The really challenging part for me was trying to figure out, you know, what this bassoon thing is and what you're meant to write for that, and how, you know, that was the complicated bit for me.
I think I remember you saying, Matt, you spent so much time scoring everyone else's part, you'd sort of not really got around to writing yourself a part to play.
Yeah,
come to the gig itself, you don't know what you're supposed to be doing.
I know, I've always sort of struggled with that a bit, and my way around it, it sort of suits my playing anyway, it's just to write the absolute simplest thing possible on the bass, because generally won't have a chance to practice it, or yeah, and the simpler the better.
Ollie, how did you approach, I suppose, writing for your band, and how did you approach playing the violin as well as composing within your piece as well?
Well, I think, I mean, like you said, it was quite simple music anyway. It wasn't like really like, I mean, there was one piece that was actually really quite improvised, and we had to take the visual cues. But I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I suppose I'm used to composing music and performing. That was just normal. And actually at that time I was composing much more than, since then I haven't actually composed that much music really in comparison to what I was doing. I was kind of like still on the kind of beginner curve, you know. But yeah, no, I think the challenge was more the visual artist. It was like, and getting the funding so that he'd be happy with all the work that he put in. And he was a really slow worker. Oh my God. It was just frustrating. I mean, he lived like very, very near, but it was just, yeah. So that made it more, I mean, it was great that we were working so closely together, but on the flip side, it was kind of like a bit laborious, you know. But like, no, I mean, like, it was amazing it was amazing at the time. I didn't, you know, I managed it. I took it all within my stride. So.
Yeah. Well, that's I suppose that's the joy and the risk in collaboration, isn't it? As well, we're working with new collaborators as well. You're opening the door to anything, and that learning how to work with new people very quickly in that situation can be quite challenging, can't it? I don't know if you had that.
We push them, don't we? We take what they've got, and then
yes,
say things about it, and we just give them that little push, because they're all teetering, aren't they, on the edge? And then some people need that little artistic push, and it's usually successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't ever imagine myself doing anything like that now. You know, it's like.
And is that because you, at that stage you were still kind of inquisitive about making that kind of work, and now you're a bit more certain on the musical path that you're on? Or...
Well, I suppose it's also having the opportunity. It's also getting the opportunity.
Yeah, responding
well,
to.
There'll be more commissions coming up.
Yes. I think we're probably commissioned work is probably one of the biggest growth areas, if you like, in new music at the moment. There's certainly, well, up until the lockdown, but I think even during the lockdown, I think the idea of commissioning work under lockdown is also kind of being explored. And
that's a good idea.
Yeah. George, how did you tackle that kind of, I suppose, working quickly with new people? And obviously you're also a contemporary classical composer, so scoring for those instruments isn't new to you, but did you have any particular challenges that you remember about working with those people or those players?
No, I mean, it was going to be any kind of improvisatory sections within it, because again, you've got to be sure that everyone's going to be comfortable with what they're doing. There's no point trying to experiment to the point of making players feel uncomfortable, because you're not going to get the best out of them. So in terms of the scoring, no. For me, it was trying to. Sometimes you can go when you're writing, and if you start to forget about, say, Doreen, who's going to be fronting this, you can go too far in a direction, which is going to just throw the soloist completely. You have to sometimes actually rein it in. I think particularly at the time I was doing a lot of classical composing and written some quite complex piano pieces. So actually to come back and simplify things that was probably the biggest challenge, even though it was quite a quickly written piece. Is actually just take things slowly and don't push too far, because if I tried to implement what I'd been doing, say with some of the piano pieces I was writing, Doreen would just said, I'm not doing this. I don't know what the hell you mean. So it had to be of a language which was mutually going to work for both of us. And that I wanted to write simple music, but music that was going to complement her and the text as well. So I was writing in two different worlds, I think, at the time, to create those two parts off. Not that they're separate. I can hear the same composer. They're very much two the same time. But I guess that's what we do. That's what we do as writers. It's what we do as performers. if we could stick very vigilantly to the one path, we wouldn't be doing much.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And do you have, any of you really, do you have sort of abiding memories of the premiere, or, you know, I probably remember the adrenaline and the relief at the end, but do you have any kind of other unusual or special memories of actually getting through the first performance? Yes, Ollie.
I've got a memory of the second night.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, the whole band like turned me upside down, like, the end. So I was like, I looked like a mermaid, like they all had me like like that, and I was like on my side.
I'm sure I was there, but I don't remember that. But
are there any pictures of that? Or
Yeah. I think there are somewhere.
Yes, Jazz Mermaid. Yeah. Matt, do you think? Oh, come on, George. You know, anything you remember from?
No, I love the whole process and kind of how it came at the end. I thought it was. I just wanted to do it again and again. It's one of those things. I think with commissioned work, you're lucky if you get to do it once or twice, and then you tend to move on. But it's not until, like we talk about it now, you kind of reflect back. I was once we'd done it, and then we did it again. I was lucky enough to do it twice.
Yeah.
I was like, right, there's some revisions I want to do. But then you forget because you're on to the next project. So it's nice to come back and reflect. But I think certainly after the first performance, you're like, well, I want to keep doing it and build upon it and build upon the piece, because composers revise things all the time. But
yeah. And that, I mean, that's important too as well, because with commissioned work, it's all very well having a premiere and actually the work being put into the piece, but the afterlife is really important for the music and for it to breathe and develop afterwards. And I know, Matt, you've kind of extracted some of those pieces and kept them in your repertoire, haven't you, since? So
yeah, well, I've been, I guess, a bit lucky. I was able to do over the years a couple more concerts with this sort of ensemble. One was at the Bridgewater Hall Foyer series, and they wanted to put it on. That was a few years ago, and also I did an album launch using it. So yeah, as you alluded to, I took several of the pieces and recorded them in a studio setting, and made an album out of it.
Yeah.
So
I think quite a lot of our commissioned works, John, ended up being released as CDs, didn't they?
Yes.
It's lovely. Yeah.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Fantastic legacy. Really, really nice to see that. Yeah. And how is it, I suppose, looking forward, how's an opportunity like MGF Original has kind of helped you in your careers as well, or maybe commissioned work in general? Does commissioned work feature in your output or not? Do they kind of rarely come up now? Or?
I think with commissions, it's quite interesting. There are different types of commissions, and you kind of touched on it at the beginning. This was, say if you're getting commissioned by an ensemble or a soloist, you kind of know what you're working with. But if you're getting commissioned by a festival, it's like, well, what's your idea? So it's a blank canvas, that's quite rare, I think, in terms of being commissioned. Usually it's for this person, or it's for a band, or it's for an album or something like that. So it's quite specific, whereas this is quite unique. It's kind of like, what's your idea? Tell me what your idea is, and let's see if we can make it work. So that for me it's always going to be different, because I can't imagine too many other, unless you're kind of, I don't know, some huge A-lister, you're not going to have a complete blank canvas. Do you know what I mean? So to be able to have that opportunity, and it's because it shows you fulfilled a commission as well, which I think all composers need. Otherwise, people are they're not as willing to take the risk. It was the blank canvas. What's your idea? Let's go with that. So that was great.
Yeah. Ollie, you mentioned you haven't really approached a commission since then, but have you used any of the pieces that you originally composed since in your gigs or anything?
I think they were all fairly extreme in that particular set. So there was either like really, really fast, like fire piece, or like really slow piece. So we've tried the slow piece a few times and it didn't work, and the fast piece wasn't really that interesting enough without the visuals, I didn't find. So not a lot of that stuff got actually used. And there was one piece that I was singing as well as like which actually I just found the music for, like, and I've been playing it on the piano, just trying to remind myself. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. There's like the PRS and all that stuff. There are, but also for me, it was because it was quite a personal work. So it was all at a particular time in my life as well that I felt very inspired to express certain things. And obviously, I'm not saying that's not going to come back. I'm sure it will. But the timing has to be right in order to take that on, because, you know, it's like you've got to have the inspiration, you've got to be in the right headspace, you've got to be in the right place to sell yourself as well to get the commission in the first place. So I think there's lots of factors that come into play to be ready to do a commission. I mean, obviously, like some people that are composing the whole time, they might be just doing lots and lots of commissions all the time, but it just depends. Like, I would say for most musicians, it's like maybe like once a decade or something.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Ollie. And that the fact that personal, I think, John, you probably remembered this, is it adds to the attraction from a commissioner's point of view, doesn't it? Because you can tell that it means something to this artist. Yes. So it's going to be not easier work, but it's going to be more meaningful, and probably more meaningful to an audience as well, because an audience will feel that connection.
I think you get that, or we got the feeling that it was something really personal, and that it was going to take effort to sort of to get it out, and that's as you say, more rewarding than someone who can just toss off a few lines.
Yes, yeah,
put it together.
It is interesting actually choosing to invest some funding into an idea that looks like hard work. It's kind of like, it's almost you're making someone work hard for their money, but you're also trying to push them so that they get out of their artistic comfort zone a little bit and come out of it thinking, oh right, okay, well I wouldn't have done that if you hadn't have pushed me, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad for the experience I did, hopefully.
See, that's probably part of the difference with Manchester Jazz Festival doing that, because I don't think a lot of festivals would want the risk of doing what I was getting at earlier, to actually be willing to take that risk.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Risk and what that means, and how, well, if you just take on the idea of risk as something that you intrinsically do within your work, either an artist or an organization, you're kind of looking for it. Actually, you're kind of alert to an opportunity where a risk could present itself as a creative energy, you know, and actually that can generate some really exciting results, I think. And
there's no progress without an element of risk in any field.
It's nice, and I think we've certainly seen a lot of risk over the past 15 years in all the works that some kind or another, you know, whether it is artistic or a kind of environmental, or, you know, just aspirational, you know, to kind of communicate a different type of message through the music. I mean, just to wrap up, anything you want to ask of each other, because we've brought you all together in these calls, and I'm sort of aware that quite often this is the first time some of these artists meet to talk about their work, so it's really interesting to hear what you think about each other's work as well. You don't have
what you're having for lunch, Matt?
You can express complete lack of interest if you like. It's fine.
I have a complete lack of interest in George's work. I'd like to state that categorically.
Can we just keep it to when we go back to gigging, Matt? This antagonism. It's very unprofessional.
Really best of friends, folks.
I was actually at Matt's gig, and I really enjoyed it, Matt.
Thank you, George.
I'll be the bigger man.
I missed yours. Sorry, I was busy.
Washing your hair.
No, I would have liked to have seen it. But,
I think it was really nice for us to have Matt and Ollie as the first two. We kind of saw, they were so different from me. We saw them both as happening at specific points in your careers as well. And I think you were both at points 12 years ago where you were ready to develop and everything, ready to have some interesting ideas to kind of put through this mill. And that felt really nice for MGF at that time.
Yeah, well, I don't think that we had envisaged having more than one commission.
No.
because these two commissions that we finally got were just so kind of valid. We didn't want to lose one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we managed to get both. That was double.
Yeah, I actually remember just thinking back as you were talking just then, and I think it might have even been in the program notes. I sort of just remembering it was the sort of first thing I think I'd ever done as me. I'd always been in sort of other projects and you know, still done writing and arranging for within those projects. So yeah, it did feel like quite a big thing looking back. But it was just me, my ideas, I guess. No one else to hide behind. So that was kind of a milestone, I guess, in my career.
And just to back up what you're saying, Emma, I can read from the brochure. Actually, this year, this was 2009. This year marks Matt's 10th year in Manchester, and perhaps surprisingly, this is the first time he's led an ensemble under his name.
There you go.
So, and that's another thing I think with these works, John, isn't it? It's like it's picking out individuals who've perhaps got the potential to develop into leaders, into kind of not just composers or project leaders, but actually artists. Yes. I think the difference between a musician and an artist, and I think that's what the MJF Originals series has worked hard to achieve, isn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah. Well, folks, just drawing this to a close, thanks so much for joining us and sharing your memories of these works, because some of them go back years and years and years, and it's been lovely looking at them and reading about them and then speaking to each of you. And still, you're all such an active part of your music scenes still to this day, which is really, really great to see. And thanks ever so much for joining us. And,
pleasure.
Thank you, ladies.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, we'll await your next steps with interest.
Mine's to the kitchen.
Yes. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Ralph. Yeah,
yes.
Lovely to see you again.
Ralph.
Thanks, Ralph.
That was great.
Ralph.
Really good.
Looking good, Ralph.
Yes.
That's my best side.
Ciao, Bella.
Hi, my name's Natasha and I've been volunteering with Manchester Jazz Festival for the last 4 years. A really fond memory of mine of the festival is listening to the commissioned work by Esther Swift a couple of years ago in the Spiegel tent. A harp quartet is a really rare find in jazz, especially combined with strings and jazz band as well, and I just love that MJF gave the space and the opportunity for that work to be performed. 3 words to describe volunteering with the festival: I'd say vibrant, friendly and surprising, but in a good way. And I just love meeting so many amazing people every year. It really community, the festival, and it's just brilliant being able to experience all of that amazing music with such great people every year. All the best for 2020.
Hi, I'm Babs. I've been a volunteer since 2010. I work as front of house for the Manchester Jazz Festival, which means that I'm the first person people see when they come in to the festival. My most memorable experience was when I was asked to work at the Midland Hotel for the popular afternoon teas, and I was really surprised when John Helliwell from Supertramp walked in, and it was great to catch up with him. So hope to see you in 2021. Bye!
Hi, I'm Ollie. If I could name one thing that I loved about volunteering with Manchester Jazz Festival, it would be sneaking around the backstage with tons of incredible artists while just snacking all day. In 3 words, I guess I'd describe volunteering with the festival as exciting, unpredictable, and memorable. And my favourite memory would my favourite part of being part of the festival would probably be just the team and how closely knit everybody is. It's a real pleasure to be part of.
Hello, my name is Chris Allen. I've been a volunteer at the Manchester Jazz Festival for the last 4 years, and 2020 would have been my 5th year as a volunteer. My best memory is of in 2017 when the Spiegel tent was up for the first time. Dennis Baptiste and his quartet came to play. I was doing artist liaison that evening, so I met Dennis and his wife when they arrived in their car from London, and offered him a drink and showed him the green room, and we had a great joke about he said, is there anything to eat? And I said, yeah, probably a few biscuits, if you ones. And I said, yeah, only if you're good. And he said, well, okay, I'll have a chocolate biscuit, I'll give it you back at half time if it's no good. Anyway, he came off the stage after the first set and we had a great laugh because I said, I think you can keep your chocolate biscuit because it was really good, and I'm looking forward to the second half. Anyway, I'm sorry that the Jazz Festival hasn't been able to be on this year, but I'm sure it'll be in future years. Good luck and all the best. Bye.
I'm Dave, and I've been a Manchester Jazz Festival volunteer for quite a few years now. It's really worthwhile work. It's great fun, but it's also very rewarding. You're producing something which is for one of the best jazz festivals in the UK. It's all centred around teamwork, and it's good to see people you've not seen for at least a year, and also to welcome new faces. The jobs we do are related to capability and availability, and it's always something to look forward to.
Olivia Moore, Matthew Owens, and George King joining John Helliwell and myself in that really affectionate and sort of enlightening view on their contribution to the MJF originals canon over the past 25 years. And Deborah, next we've got some highlights from last year's festival, at which you appeared as a DJ, but you also enjoyed a lot of the concerts. I remember seeing you bobbing around from venue to venue.
Yeah, in fact, having this best of 2019 is a good opportunity for anyone that went to the festival, because it's almost impossible to catch everything. So I was at the gig of the Danish trio Equilibrium, who we're just about to see.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was quite something. Sissel Vera Pettersson is the vocalist and saxophonist leading this. She is one of those people that has a voice like sort of angelic crystal. It sort of echoed around the church, but then she uses these sort of discordant notes and electronica to sort of darken it and deepen it. So I'm really looking forward to sort of revisiting that gig. We also have two bands that I didn't see last year, but that I know about, Werka and Roller Trio. So I'm really looking forward to to seeing what they did. Roller Trio, of course, with Chris Sharkey on guitar. That man was born with an electric guitar and loads of pedals on his attached to his feet, I'm sure. James Mannering, so fierce on saxophone. Oh gosh, if you get the chance to see him live, then do. And Luke Redding-Williams on drums. And then Werka, led by Tom Lear, Fergus McCready, who won a Parliamentary Jazz Award last year, Matt Davis, and vocalist Brian E. Jarman Pinto. So this is from the section Best of 2019, Equilibrium, Werka, and Roller Trio. It was great. And it's great to have a chance to revisit those gigs from last year at Manchester Jazz Festival.
Back to the bread shed, that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great fun.
And now we have Nikki Iles' Jazz Orchestra, 18-piece orchestra, I believe.
That's right.
That was actually going to play this year. That was one of the...
That was due to be on tomorrow night at LCM, the full 18-piece jazz orchestra, and gutted that we won't be able to see that for some time, but they'll be back. We'll bring them back.
Yeah, and luckily we have some footage that was taken from a recording in London. And so we are going to get a chance to see that now, led by the wonderful Nikki Iles on piano, with some wonderful soloists. Andy Schofield on saxophone, Karen Sharp on saxes and clarinet. And we were going to talk about this as well, this wonderful age group, Henry Lowther, who's in his 70s, I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, and Tom Walsh, who's only 19. And so we have this sort of expansive range of experiences and ideas all together to work with Nikki. And actually, if I may, there's one thing that I wanted to mention. I was in a conversation with her about the idea of the orchestra, and she said that she'd been trying to rouse other female composers to writing for big bands. And she said to me, "There's nothing like hearing your music played by large forces in glorious technicolor," which I thought was wonderful. But she manages to use that force, but at the same time, there is as I said before, an elegance and a restraint, a lyricism to her work. Absolutely. So this is Nikki Iles' Jazz Orchestra.
And we should mention also, not in Technicolor, unfortunately, in black and white, in moody black and white. And also Nikki's also said to us, ask everyone to listen on headphones because the sound is much, much better. So if you've got a pair of decent headphones handy and you're not already listening on them, go and grab them now, because I think the next half hour sounds, it'll give you that surround sound of the full 18-piece jazz orchestra.
My name is Iles. I live in Manchester for 7 years, and that's my 3rd year as a volunteer for the Manchester Jazz Festival. Music is great, we're all music fans, especially jazz music is my favourite. I volunteer as a photographer for the Manchester Jazz Festival, so I love capturing in this festival in our city, and music brings the people come together. Yay!
Nikki Iles and the incredible jazz orchestra that we're all hoping to see on the road and on stages in the coming months, and really looking forward to seeing that live. Okay, Deborah, so tonight we have one more piece, and that's a remarkable premiere of a new film. But before we go and talk about the film, let's have a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow, because I think we've got some remarkable footage and features tomorrow. And in fact, in this slot, we've got a performance of Mike Walker's Ropes, which again was a commission from 2008. That's an incredible performance of a beautiful piece that I know a lot of people saw first time around.
And I wanted to mention that we're starting off at noon with Byron Wallen. So he's going to be talking about his work and giving a bit of a demonstration. That's someone from my deep dark past, someone I remember very well from the 90s. Fabulous Byron Wallen, the trumpet player.
Another gig as well from last year. This marvelous performance of someone we had today, Nani, with in a collaboration with the cello player Iles. That's Both Sides of Africa, which was in the church, and I'm so relieved and delighted that we filmed the performance, and we're going to show that in full at the end of tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's about 10 o'clock, isn't it? Yeah. And I think it's also worth mentioning this discussion of MJF originals with Mike Walker, Stuart McCullum, and Anton Hunter.
With those crazy guitar guys, that's a really fascinating.
I mean, they're all phenomenal artists, and they're really giving something lots of different flavors, but lots of ingenuity in how they play and the way that they cast a spell with their music. I think really fabulous guys. So I'm looking forward to that tomorrow.
And there's a chance for you to get involved and ask some key jazz questions tomorrow night as well, because we're going to be talking about the future of live music under lockdown. And we've got an esteemed panel of jazz VIPs and some non-jazz VIPs. It's going to be a fascinating discussion with people like Sir Richard Leese from the Council, Michelle Kuipers from the North Sea Jazz Festival. And you can contribute your own questions as well through the chat. We'll tell you how to do that tomorrow.
I mean, it's a very important time, this lockdown. We've had a lot of, it's good for us to reflect on what's important, what we want to change. And I think music, because the industry is going to be in difficulties or potential difficulties, it's really important for us to discuss, how do we want to power forward? What do we want to come out of this? And how do we get that? Because it's clear that music is definitely something that has been helping people a lot throughout lockdown. And through everything that we're sort of facing at the moment. It's not just about lockdown, it's also about the the environment beyond that. So absolutely. I think it's really important to get involved and to have these discussions. So what time is that?
Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock tomorrow night.
9 o'clock tomorrow night. Okay, well, thanks for joining us all day today on the 25th MJF. Who ever thought we'd be here doing it online? But we've got an amazing program, I hope, for you, of some live music, all sorts of features as you've been seeing. And tonight we wanted to close with the online premiere of a remarkable film made by Rob Cope, who's a saxophonist, but he's chosen to focus on the life and music making of an extraordinary person, Richard Turner, an extraordinary musician as well. And it's an affectionate and unsentimental portrait of his life, told through the voices of not only his family, but of course many of the remarkable musicians that he played with. And to introduce the film, Rob talks to Andy Willis from the University of Salford Films Department.
Rob, thanks for joining me to talk about your film. Obvious first question, why did you want to make a film about Richard Turner?
Andy, that's a great first question. It came out of a podcast that my friend Dan and I were starting, and we'd written a list of the 10 guests that we most wanted to talk to. And then I put Richard Turner's name on the list, although he died already maybe 6 years before this. And then I sort of thought to myself, oh, it's such a shame that we can't interview Rich, because he ran a venue in London, the Concella Bar, for years. And I thought he'd have loads and just be it. And then I thought, well, it's not really fair if he's not here that we don't make something about him. So then I thought maybe I could just make it like a video podcast, because I wanted people to be able to see who was talking, to give it some kind of context. I thought audio probably wouldn't work. And then like 10 seconds after that, it was like, well, if it's going to be a video podcast, maybe I should just get a good camera and I could just film the interviews. And so it kind of just expanded naturally from the point of like how interesting it would have been to interview him, to then thinking, well, it sounds a little vain maybe, but if the roles were reversed and I were no longer here, I'd be quite pleased if someone sort of did something to document my time on Earth and the impact I'd had. So when I'd gotten to that point, I felt like I couldn't not make it. It was such a great idea. And I knew Richard had a lot of very close friends and family who I thought would really, he was like the center of a community. So I thought a film about him would also be quite easy to make, because people would be really passionate about doing it as well.
Rob, could you tell me a little bit about your podcast? Because obviously one of the things I was going to ask, but a little bit later, but I'll ask you now, was whether you felt there was a relationship between being a podcaster and being a filmmaker, particularly this kind of film, which people are going to get a chance to watch. But what kind of podcast do you do? I know, but just for everybody else in case they don't.
It's called the Jazz Podcast. And what I wanted to do a few years ago, we started it in 2017 in February, because I realized on gigs as a musician, I was enjoying talking to the audience at least as much as I was enjoying the playing. And then I sort of thought, well, I'm going to go with that feeling. That must mean something, you know. The verbal interactions, something I get a big kick out of. So then I also looked around, and not at the time there were not that many podcasts, certainly not in Britain, about jazz. You know, some radio stuff and lots of local radio, but nothing that I thought was like really informal and kind of the opposite to some of the jazz media that I was aware of. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just felt like I found a little hole. So Dan, my partner in crime, and I, we like, Dan typed in thejazzpodcast.com and it said like domain unregistered. There was nothing called that. There was no websites. And I thought, well, this is too good. We'll seize it. And then back to your question, which again is a brilliant one. I feel like the relationship, like the podcast, is life stories. I just want to talk to people about their life and how they got into music. And I enjoy in music that there's no right or wrong way. So everybody you talk to has their own answer and their own way that they found their journey, you know. There's no like set path that's perfect. So you never hear the same stories twice. So the film was like the biggest budget episode ever. Yeah. You know, where I put years, it took about 2 years to make, including all the traveling and the filming, editing, and then you're sort of reshooting if I thought there were holes in the story or finding new interviews. It was quite a slow, considered process. But I wanted it to start with like a logo that said like the Jazz Podcast Films. So it kind of felt like it was directly related. But at some point, somebody would have told me that that was a silly idea, I guess. Probably rightly so.
I mean, one of the things I thought was interesting was there's not a lot of footage of Richard, or you don't use much footage of him. And so you do have a lot of people talking. And I wondered about the podcast because you make the people who are talking seem very, very relaxed in the presence of the camera. And I thought that's often quite a difficult trick to pull off, making your subjects in that way feel very at home and very willing to open up about, for a lot of them, what's a very personal story.
That's very kind of you. I think that's my only gift. Someone asked me once about interviewing and what my technique was, and I immediately thought that like I'd never thought about it. I just like talking to people, and I like asking questions, you know, and seeing what response you get. And I think just all I need for that atmosphere to create is my own like genuine interest in the person or the story. But then of course with the film with Richard, it's a very sensitive subject matter because he's no longer with us and other people are talking about their own very personal memories. So I think the only thing about the film was like some of the interviews you might see only 10 to 15 minutes of the footage in the film, but there was actually 4 to 5 hours sometimes. And I would like, some of my favorite things in the film are the double interviews where you see people talking and they almost talk to each other and to the audience, like a 3-way dialogue. And that you just leave the camera on and I'd sit in silence off each other. And then the challenge, then obviously once it was flowing, that was brilliant because you knew you were going to have a lot of really interesting material, was then to write out a script of what everybody said in these interviews and then to try and piece together a narrative that would run all the way through it and keep an emotional heart to it. You know, if I tried to do it now, knowing what it involves, I'd probably be too scared, but I kind of just boldly went wading in at the time. You know,
so inexperience can actually be a positive thing sometimes. So you're not overthinking it in a way.
Yeah, exactly. I just let the camera roll in each interview, and what was said was said. I never sort of asked specific questions or said, "I need you to talk about this," or you're right. It was the lack of experience in some ways that has made for something that feels, I think, when I watch it back, it's sort of quite. It's got a homemade charm, let's say.
Yeah, but I don't think you should sort of do it down by saying that, because that is, I think, for me, was one of the strengths of the film, was that kind of sense that the people in the film obviously were very close to Richard. Now, how about yourself? Did you know Richard?
I only actually met him once at the Concella Bar, maybe 4 or 5 months before he died. My friend Jack took me there and was like, he was a year older than me, moved to London. And Jack was from London, so he was like coming back to his home and kind of knew a lot more about the scene than I did. And he'd said to me, "There's this, this venue, you've got to go see it." So I was really grateful to have gone. and seen the club. And then after Rich died, there was a memorial sort of concert at the Royal Academy. And again, that Jack phoned me that night and had said, like, this guy was really important to a lot of people. Just, you should come to this concert. You'll be glad, you know, that you were a part of it, that you'll be able to say that you would be there. So I got a sense from him about how important he was. But in a way, I guess it's easy to say now, it's quite useful in a way that we weren't really close when I started the film, because I think it helped me to be much more objective and practical, and also let everyone else speak the emotional element, you know, a bit, like being able to be, I like that in the film, I like with films with a director that, you know, I've kind of made it, and yet at the same time you don't see or hear from me the entire thing, you know, so it made it easy to just sit back and let it be, you know.
There's a mention in the credits, and he's mentioned a couple of times in the film of Clifford Brown, the kind of touchstone. Could you just tell the audience the link, obviously not a real link, but the link that you felt and other between Clifford Brown and his short life and Richard's?
Well, I think I'm kind of nervous if my jazz history's off here. This will be wildly embarrassing. I think Clifford Brown was only 21 when he died. I'm going to go with that for now. Let people scream at this TV when it's wrong.
This is the virtue of the virtual interview, that you won't be able to hear them.
Oh, that's good. And it could be bleeped later. We'll just assume there's a technical malfunction. But Clifford had achieved such a huge amount in such a short space in his life as a trumpet player. And so had Richard, because Richard was only 27 when he died, and he died very suddenly. And I think for those viewers that don't know Rich, it's better to know in advance, frankly, so you're not kind of dreading all the way through that he dies of an aortic dissection where his heart valve essentially sort of splits and floods his heart. So he dies suddenly and unexpectedly, having only created one insanely masterful album. So I think the draw between, and Clifford Brown died in a car crash. So again, like a sudden death that nobody expected. So the comparisons are inevitable and a great compliment to Richard's ability that people draw them.
Yeah. Now, the other thing I was interested in was the way that you'd managed to crowdfund the film to get some money to make the film. How did that work?
It was very easy because I think I found a topic in Richard's life that people were very passionate about. So at the start of the film is at the Concellabar of his band Roundtrip playing, but Roundtrip had 2 saxophone players. So without Rich, you've got the 2 saxophone players back, because it was always a quartet and the band. But that night they all waived their gig fees and put all of their money into the film. And I didn't ever like ask for that. They just sort of individually said to me, "Hey man, if there's anything we can do, if this money would help you in any way." But that attitude was the same with everyone that knew him. You know, that the crowdfunding was just like I didn't want to crowdfund much as well, because I'm not a professional filmmaker. I just wanted enough to make it happen, without, with like covering a lot of like just fundamental costs of traveling really, and a bit of equipment that I didn't have that I knew I'd need. But it was fun to crowdfund something that's not for yourself, that like the film is a community film made by
that comes across very much. I think that sense of the jazz community wanting to remember him. And one of the things that struck me about the film was both also with creativity, was the sense that there was a lot of
I felt like that about the film all the way through. People felt really strong ownership of it. Like my friend Ruben Fowler is a trumpet player who was younger than Rich and knew him very well growing up. They were sort of both from the north and followed similar paths. I was in a car with Ruben about a year into the film, and I was sort of halfway there and I was still brainstorming things. And I said to Ruben, I'm going to talk to Mike Chillingworth, but I'm not going to talk to the other guys in Roundtrip. It's too many. The audience can't cope with like 14 people they don't know. I don't want it to be overwhelming. There's no way, nothing you can say. He would, and like, he went ballistic. He was like banging on the car, you know, and he was just so passionate. You cannot do that. You cannot make a film about Rich and not talk to Round Trip. It's not going to work, you know. But it's great when you get to spend time with people who feel so strongly, as everybody did, that then you end up with something that I think it really helped me to make sure that the film was quite an accurate reflection of his life. You know, that it is definitely, I was only the lightning rod, you know, the conduit to tell the story.
Yeah, that brings me to another thing that I wanted to ask you. That's about the choice not to use a voiceover, because it would have been again a fairly straightforward choice to say, oh, I'm going to have a voiceover that explains some of this, but you, I think, make the right decision to allow the people who are remembering Richard give that information that a voiceover could have given.
You're absolutely right. And there were two things that went on with that. And the first was what you said earlier about having a lack of footage about Richard. There was a lack because he was alive before the front-facing iPhone camera. So there's not loads of selfies and videos and him filming his own practice, you know. And so I thought, I'm going to have to create a lot of the footage to create the film to use. I had thousands of photos, but no, like 2 videos. And then the 2 I had, it felt a bit jarring to put them in when there was so little. So then, yeah, I thought, okay, I'll film everybody else talking. But then that's it. That's the film. That's the content. And I felt like a voiceover would have maybe made it a bit less personal. And all I've got is the kind of the people that are willing to talk to me. So I wanted to use, and it did, you know what, it did take a long time to transcribe hours and then create a narrative and try and balance it all out. But it was worth it because I think it feels more personal.
Yeah, and are you working on any other projects now? Obviously, you're a musician yourself. You're doing the podcast. Any more film projects in the offing?
I'd really like to. I like the idea of it, but it was actually, you know, it was quite hard. Not in a bad way, just like in a way, again, about inexperience, like with the amount of time it took and the energy it took. It's quite nice. And I wanted to try and see, like with this screening tonight, that I found every opportunity for the film that I could, and it had a great life. I'm quite quick sometimes, I think, to finish something and move on too fast, you know. So I wanted to sit with this for a while. And what I'd like to do most is for someone else to want to make something and just want some guidance. Right now, that's the vibe, you know. Someone younger and more foolish than me feels like they want to give it a shot.
I have to say, given the kind of charismatic nature of Richard, which comes across so strongly in the film, I was watching your film thinking, oh, what if there was a fiction version of this? You know, who Richard, or those, because it seemed the whole scene and the interaction with people on that scene would potentially offer itself to a, you know, the sort of ensemble with Richard at the centre, but, you know, lots of interesting lives going on around London at that time.
Yeah, I completely agree. It makes me think of the Miles Ahead film. Did you ever see it? Yeah, because that's kind of that exact kind of vibe, isn't it? A sort of fictionalized version of his life a little bit.
Yeah, and one that touched on so many other people's lives, which comes across so strongly in your film.
Yeah. Yeah, there's several that I haven't really found the right thing yet. I talked to Nick Smart about this a lot. He's a very sort of handy mentor to bounce ideas off because he always knows what's right. And I'd said to him once, oh, what about Kenny Wheeler? And he just went, nope, too many people doing it, too much stuff, you know, you'll never get anywhere near getting to the middle, you know. And so, you know, I haven't quite found the right thing either to kind of be like, yeah, that's it, that's the one.
Yeah, because like we talked before about your podcast, it does seem in a way a logical extension of the podcast. To now you've made one film, and like you said, you thought, you know, it could be the Jazz Podcast Presents or whatever. That others would be in the offing potentially.
The other thing I thought about was making like shorter films, like 20 minutes about, you know, like again, like a podcast, but shorter and more condensed and with more interviews, videos, where like I have a saxophone player called George Crowley, who I really like. Actually, he's in the film, but it's a coincidence at this point. Where I thought like it'd be really fun to just follow someone around and make this like online resource where you could go and watch these little, because everyone's life's so interesting. I thought it'd be brilliant to have a series about people's, what they do with their day and why they don't work until the sun goes down, and, you know. But yeah, that would be, it is an extension. So although I've not started anything yet, because I now realize the workload involved. I've just I've had so many ideas, but I just can't quite pick on the one that feels right yet.
Well, it'd be great in the future when you do have some more films that we could show them again in Manchester. That'd be fantastic. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with before they start to watch your film now?
Yes, I'd like to just, from my own perspective, having made the film, the people that were lucky enough to meet Rich in life, this film is entirely about love and about, relationships and kindness. And I hope that it doesn't feel too oppressive, that his life ends very abruptly and sadly, because it's not a film at all. It's a celebration. And so hopefully when you watch it, it feels like something that's actually really fun to watch, and it makes me come away from it thinking, man, I really don't want to waste any of the days that I have. I want to make the most of every minute. So hopefully it's a really positive and enjoyable and worthwhile emotional investment, in spite of the fact that it is in essence sad that it's only been made because Rich is no longer here.
No, that's fantastic, Rob. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy.
He was like a fountain of things that were happening, putting on gigs for other people, putting on his own gigs, writing music, creating opportunities for people. There's not very many people like that. Those are the people that drive a scene. There's only a handful of people like that at any given time.
Rich would always complain that he didn't really know what he was doing, or he thought that he was playing a lot of licks and stuff, and I don't know, he was always very modest about his own playing, and really didn't have a high opinion of what he was doing, which was crazy to me, but that's just, I guess, reflective of his character in general, very modest and humble person.
It's like there isn't really a note out of place, and it's kind of like the way he talked. Like he'd say stuff, and the sentences weren't long, but they'd always contain what they needed to contain, and nothing extra. So I think, that's a very special thing.
Everyone knew Rich, and that, not just people who kind of like jam with him. Everyone knew Rich and they knew who he was, had this kind of presence.
His belief in everyone else around him is incredible. And I think supporting that and helping people to realise their thing was a huge part of what he did, and that still blows my mind, really.
So we're here, of course, this evening to celebrate the amazing music of Richard Turner, who not only founded this as a venue, but was great friends and inspiration to all of us. And so it gives me a very, very great pleasure to say, please join me in welcoming Josh Morrison on the drums.
Rich was born in 1984, July 1984, and he was a very big baby, so he was a celebrity from the word go, really, wasn't he? Well, you don't know, you weren't there. Yeah, it was a £10 baby with big hands and big feet.
Stop growing.
Yeah. When Andrew was born, he was thrilled to bits to have a little brother. You know how you remember certain moments? I can so remember Richard running onto the ward to see you for the first time, and he ran all the way around the ward, choose which baby to have, and we sort of said, oh, no, Rich, you have to have this one. But he was really thrilled to have a little brother. I've got lots of pictures of Richard and you together when you were a baby, and you. Yeah, he was really delighted to have a little brother.
So me and Richard have been friends right from when we were bumps in our mummies' tummies, and Chris moved in round the corner from my mum and dad. And I think I was actually due on Richard's birthday, but I ended up coming later on, so there was 10 days between us, and right from the day I was born we were friends and grew up together, and very much had that sibling relationship from day one, really, from the day that we were both born.
I was like best friends with his brother, so he was like, say, effectively my older brother, and that sort of relationship that came throughout the years.
Very much a foursome, I think, and always have been. He was always in trouble.
Yeah, not intentionally.
But very light-hearted trouble, wasn't it? It was just silly. It was just. I remember there was a boy that lived over the road called James, and him and Richard were really close for quite a long time through primary school. They got separated at high school, but in primary school, and they were always getting up to mischief. And I remember at school, the two of them set up like this little band, and they used to perform at wet playtimes for everyone, and it was a ruler band. So I just remember one of them, it wouldn't matter which one, they would sort of take it in turns. One of them would sort of use the ruler as like an air guitar, and the other one would bang two rulers together on a desk and almost perform. But again, Richard was definitely the driving force. But it was just funny, and they would just have everyone in stitches, but it was just effortless, I think, for them.
And when he had the chance to play the recorder at school, he flatly refused. He absolutely didn't. Nothing I could do to persuade him made any difference. And then in year 3, the whole class learnt violin, sort of Suzuki method violin. And at the end of the year, I said to him, "Are you going to carry on with violin next year, Richard?" And he said, "Oh no, I don't want to do violin. I want to play the trumpet." And he was 7, almost 8, and I still to this day don't know where that came from. He was adamant he wanted to play the trumpet, so we took him to see a trumpet teacher that his dad and I worked with, and he got a sound out of the trumpet immediately. So this gentleman, who was quite old even then, he was well into his 70s, said, "Yes, I'll teach Richard. He's a natural," and he got him a second-hand trumpet, and it started from there. His name was Billy Argyle, and Richard was really, really fond of him. He was a bit like a grandpa figure. And just a few years after that, Billy died, and Richard was really, really upset about that. But that was how he got into the trumpet. Just out of the blue, one breakfast time, "I want to play the trumpet." And that's where it started.
It's really evident from sort of a young age, music and swimming were two of his biggest passions. Always. You know, I always remember, even when he'd come round to ours to chat and play or whatever when we were kids, he'd always bring his mouthpiece with him. So even though he didn't always bring his trumpet, and he'd always be pipping away on his mouthpiece, wouldn't he? And
do your head in.
Yeah, it would do your head in.
And it didn't bother him either.
He just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I did used to confiscate it sometimes when we were trying to have conversations about things, and he'd just start blowing on it in the middle of conversations, wouldn't he?
Almost as soon as he could play the trumpet, he was jamming, wasn't he? He was making stuff up trying to make different sounds and things. Yeah, it was totally from inside of him. Yeah, because that's how he played in those days, with absolute abandon. It was all totally natural, because he'd never had a jazz lesson in his life at that age, and it was all totally natural. And, well, passion is an understatement. It was wild, the way he played. Both Richard and Andrew were water babies. Yeah, and then you both went through the system, didn't you, of the swimming lessons. And then where it starts to become competitive. But they didn't do competitive swimming, they did competitive life saving, which was a fantastic hobby, wasn't it? Because it was all tied in with first aid and rescue work and mock situations that they had to respond to. And you used to go all over Yorkshire, didn't you, doing competitions, both of you together. Yeah, got quite a few medals in the loft to show for that. So yeah, I was always a swimmer.
So we used to do, I think we were in maybe year 5 or 6, so we were probably about 10. And I think it was Richard's idea. There was a few of us really into swimming. And at the Leeds International Pool, we did like the swim marathons. So because we were only 10, none of us could do it independently, like individually, but we did it as a team. And I'm sure Richard was the one that organised it. And so we did however many lengths each to complete this marathon. There was 5 of us that did it, but he was far quicker. He probably swum further than the rest of us and whatever, but he would never take any credit. He was so humble. Like, no, it was a team effort. Everything was a team. It was never about him, and I think that was always the way he was.
Yeah, no, totally.
Very humble, I think.
I don't know. I don't know if he really ever recognised how good he was at anything, and I don't know whether he was just really humble. I don't know, or whether he was always pushing himself to be better. I don't know. But he was always really good at whatever he did, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like, say, those 2 big things. But he did loads of other stuff. Like, say, he'd randomly turn up and play cricket for 5 minutes. He could bowl quicker than anyone, because he obviously is a big guy. Cycling, he loves cycling.
Yeah.
Even like
running.
Running.
He got
yeah.
into.
Remember when he got into like life drawing for like 3 months? Like, but they were really good. I like turned up and he's got this picture of these beautiful women. Like, wow. I mean, I was probably about 12, so I found it really interesting. But he was really good.
Yeah.
So, a band called Modern Destruction. He was really influenced by like Iron Maiden and Metallica. He was well into that for a period. And I think it literally started off. He was on guitar and I was on vocals, and that was it. I think I'd only just started playing guitar, and Rich had this like red strap thing, and he was like busting out the power chords. I was like, oh man, that's how I want to play guitar. I'd literally probably only been playing for a year or so. But yeah, that was very different to how he ended up musically.
And you both used to sell tickets for that band, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, we had shows in his music room. Pretty sure we supplied like ginger nut biscuits and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it was, you got your value for your money.
Definitely.
As well as the music. Yeah. Like I say, I think it started off like 2-piece, me and him, and then we got Andy involved on the drums. It was short and sweet, but it was good fun.
I knew Richard Turner all of his life because I knew the family very well, and but it wasn't until he was around 16 that I had any direct contact with him musically, when he started having jazz trumpet lessons with me. I thought he was a really natural improviser, and one thing which I'm always keen on working on with my students is a strong sense of narrative. Saying through the changes for the sake of it, but have you got something to say? And he always had something to say. I thought that's a sign that somebody is going to take this quite a long way, in my opinion. So yeah, he had that.
As a musician, I first noticed him playing the trumpet in what was called the Junior Jazz Rock Orchestra. That must have been in about 1999, and because I was involved in the Leeds Youth Jazz Rock Orchestra, we used to combine concerts, and I heard this trumpet player play like standing up for solos, and I thought, wow, this is a bit different to the average kid. And he had a good friend called Sam Thornton, and they used to stand up and take fours in the orchestra, and so what they were doing was at the time. So Richard proceeded from the junior one to the senior one, and came along. And by the time he joined the senior jazz rock orchestra, he was playing incredible solos. So we always wanted soloists to play, obviously in concerts and everything. And what I noticed about Richard was his phrasing, and the way he could just... Most of the kids in the orchestra that got up, or the jazz band that took a solo, were just waffling really, and just managing to hold on to the changes. But Richard, he already had that sussed. He could go through the changes and take them outside and always sound interesting. So that was... and I remember I arranged... I'm quite a keen Mingus arranger and everything else, and I arranged the moaning arrangement and tried to make the trumpet part a little bit harder, you know, and this was no problem to Richard. I think whatever note you put down, he could play it, and not only play it but interpret it like with a bit of growl or a bit of Mingus type solos in it as well. So, and most people don't go back to 2000, but I remember it was a big year, obviously, to the year 2000, and we went down to the Dome in London and played there, and Richard just took endless solos and people were going crazy about it.
After GCSEs, well, during the final GCSE year, he started to say, I think I might go to Leeds College of Music. And that was a big decision, because it was basically putting all his eggs in one basket, wasn't it? You know, because he just wanted to do music. But it was the best decision he ever made, actually, wasn't it? You think about it, he did music A-level, music B-Tech, music technology, and he got in with a load of players who were on the degree course, people like Nick Spark, Gary Jackson, Rob Barron, all those people, and he played with players a lot older than himself.
Team, the Jazz Rock Orchestra, and then I remember him going to Leeds College of Music to study for a year. At the time I had various jazz gigs. One was at the Victoria pub just near the town hall, and Richard used to come in and just want to play with us any time, and we used to say, okay, let this guy up. And one thing about Richard was the solos could go on for maybe like 7 or 8 choruses, maybe 9 or 10, and it's almost like the Coltrane joke, you know, like Miles Davis telling Coltrane, you know, why don't you take the horn out of your mouth? Richard was so committed to playing and finding new directions, and he'd just play and then find another idea. But the thing was, every idea he played was interesting. We would just stood back listening, thinking, gee, this guy's great.
Yeah, I always remember the time when he came through the front door with the lads that he'd met at Leeds College of Music, and it was like all the light bulbs had come on in his life, and he came in with full of enthusiasm. Oh, we're going to write to this hotel and that hotel, we're going to get a residency, and he was so excited, and it was definitely the right decision. And from then on it was obvious that music was his thing, and that was all he really wanted to do.
I first met Richard Turner in 2000 at Leeds College of Music, in an ensemble, because we were both doing an FE course at the time. The first thing that struck me about Richard's playing was he seemed to, he was quite mature for his age, and he seemed to really understand kind of improvisation and jazz to quite a high level, and was just really into the music.
He had a complete control of his range, which was rare to see in someone that age. So his top end was really polished, and his fluency in his improvising was kind of one of the things that hit me really, and I just wanted to then play with him again really.
Yeah, the maturity of Richard's playing was quite surprising, because I was 23, and because he had a kind of understanding of music kind of well beyond his years, he was playing a lot with people older than him, including myself, some people off the degree that I could mention, some people that taught at the college, and he was transcribing all the time, was really into Lee Morgan, Miles. At the time I was really obsessed with kind of 70s Miles, so we did a band together, and kind of went out playing various clubs in Leeds, like the Wardrobe, the Hi-Fi, a few festivals. But Rich wasn't only mature as a player, as a person, was very serious about jazz and about improvisation and about playing the trumpet and the flute. Went through a massive period of playing the flugelhorn actually when we first started playing. A massive period of playing that as well.
Like Miles Davis massively, and kind of the period in Miles that I wasn't really into. The period that Rich was into at the time that we were kind of hanging out a lot. So Rich was really into like We Want Miles, On the Corner, that kind of period, and I was just into the quintet with Tony and Ron and Miles, and obviously Rich loved that, but he was really into the electric stuff around that time, because I think it was when he was getting more into kind of Holdsworth and more fusion based stuff basically. But
Rich used to love a lot of like the 80s, jazz and fusion stuff, like Mike Stern, Star People by Miles Davis, Werka Brothers, all that stuff. So we'd play stuff like that, and used to go around his house, round the corner quite a lot, and had quite a lot of records. We just listened to those records, and then we had a music room and just play some of those tunes,
I guess when he came to me to start with, he was an enthusiastic jazz performer, but essentially not that well disciplined in terms of rigorous harmonic awareness. So that's what we worked on, and he worked extremely hard on that. And I would say he took it even further than I imagined he could have done in those 2 years. So, and I was delighted when he got into Royal Academy.
My opinion about Rich going to London was that it was the right thing for him to do, and that's not me saying that in retrospect. At the time, it was like, there's not really many places where this guy's going to go and flourish. He's got to go there, and he's got to go to the academy. That was my opinion at the time, having gone through an educational establishment that Rich had gone through as well, and seeing that Rich had kind of it's not like he tired of Leeds College of Music, but he needed to go to a scene where there was more stuff going on, and it was challenging him, which it did,
And he wasn't going to apply for the academy because he said, they'll only take one horn player, so it's not likely to be me. But we said to him, well, give it a go, because you'll never know, otherwise you'll always wonder. So he got a place at Trinity. He went for the audition at the academy. And it's another of those, in your life you have moments that you always remember for whatever reason, sometimes quite insignificant little things. But I clearly remember picking him up from the station after his academy audition, and he was absolutely buzzing, because I really didn't think he expected to get in. But I picked him up and he said, Mum, I think there might be a chance I might have got in, because they asked me upstairs. I had to go upstairs and apparently not everyone upstairs. And so he was very, very excited about that, the thought that possibly he might get in. And of course he did get in. And then he had to decide which one to accept. Academy, I think he narrowed it down to the academy or Trinity. Trinity offered him an entrance scholarship, but I said to him, on the grand scale of things, whatever it was they were offering, dropping the ocean over 4 years in London. And he in the end decided to accept the academy.
No, the academy was the inevitable place for Rich, really, and I wasn't surprised, because he was killing, amazing. So
I was at best going to be able to take one. So it was a highly prized place that Richard won, and he was, I think, probably the only one who was good enough that year, as for me, personally. I wanted somebody who I felt was going to be receptive, and of course I did sort of know that he was already a little bit, but he there was no question he was the person to take that place that year.
Me and Rich, we started the Academy, I think, September 2002, and that was with Pete Cochran and Adam Betts and Zhenya Strigolev, and that was like the whole year for the Academy. There was only 5 of us in the year group, so we took that's kind of the case at the Academy anyway, but we took every ensemble class together and every bunch of other classes together. Sometimes they might have 2 of one instrument or something. Sometimes they might take a few more, but I just remember very vividly it was each instrument, so we were just playing together all the time.
Well, as I was moving into teaching him on a weekly basis, he would do everything I ever asked him to do, but not just that, he would always come back the following week having developed it in some way. And at first that sort of was quite sort of interesting for me, and then it became really important part of our development, because as he grew as a musician here in the Academy, and from all the people he was playing with who were so good, I would get something really interesting back every week. So some of my exercises are almost like templates, almost from classical templates, exercises, and he would come back and he would have put something different in it harmonically, or he would change it rhythmic, and then he would have done it in every key without question, far more than me. So I would sort of go, that could be interesting, and then I'd forget about it, but he'd be back with something totally comprehensively learnt, internalized, and developed with potential for further development. And this was just the way it went always with him, to the point that lessons for me were like, they were really fascinating, because it was research as far as I was concerned. It was great fun to work with him. And the level of, he was always transcribing, learning solos. His tastes were changing very fast. So he was, as I said earlier, from Harrell, but it was moving into other areas very quickly. And he wasn't just trumpet obsessive like I am. He was listening to other instruments as well, very much into people like Mark Turner and Kurt Rosenwinkel, and people who are coming out of that sort of like newer, at that point, very new styles of improvisation, which were not being done that much on trumpet at that point. They are now, but they weren't so much then.
Yeah, so I first heard about Rich when we were all auditioning for music colleges, and having exactly the same name, I got his jazz trumpet audition pack, and he got my orchestral trombone audition pack. So obviously he was like, there's another Richard Turner. And then, funny enough, we both decided to go to the Academy, and I'd already met John Ascreet, being from Manchester, and we walked into the common room, and John was like, this is Rich meets Rich, and we're like, Richard Turner. And then, we kind of regaled the story of finding out about each other through the audition packs, and that was it then. 2 Richard Turners in a room.
Well, Richard was, I don't know how to describe him really. Very, very genuine and very sincere. And I remember the first time I met him quite well, actually, at the Academy. It was like, what do you call it, like orientation day, when you show people around, or when the new students get to see what's going on. And he had a hernia, which was a very unusual thing. He had been like doing some kind of exercise or something, and for whatever reason he couldn't play his trumpet when he started at the Academy. So he was very concerned about that. But that's how he introduced himself to me. He was like, "Hey, my name's Rich," and he says, "I have a hernia," which was kind of unusual. But yeah, we were very close during our early years at the Academy, or during the whole time at the Academy, actually. He was from Leeds and from Doncaster, so we're from a similar kind of area up north, so we kind of bonded over that a little bit as well. He had such a enthusiasm and passion for chops on the trumpet. Richard really was obsessed with like Freddie Hubbard, and he was really into Gerard as well. So I remember he was always very inspired by his flugel lessons, his trumpet lessons. But yeah, just as we both grew up over those formative years, he definitely became a more thoughtful improviser as he was exposed to new music that we would all be checking out. And then, obviously, as you know, he went on to form his own group, Round Trip, which was a really excellent group. But that was after my time, that was after I left London.
I heard through different people he was doing well, but when he came back, he used to want to share his ideas. And I asked him when I saw him at the gig, I said, any chance of you coming and doing a workshop with Leeds Youth Jazz Rock Orchestra, to talk about improvisation and what it's like to go to music college? Because some of the orchestra were thinking about maybe going to music college, and it'd be great. So I remember he came on his bike, because he used to be keen on that kind of thing, like saving the world and recycling. So he didn't want to pollute anything. He just came on his bike to the rehearsal and was very specific about improvisation, and it was great, because he was telling the kids that it needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. And I remember him saying it's almost like a sentence. You've got a sentence, you've got a structure, and you've got to keep to that structure, and then people can understand what you're playing. And it just made it pretty clear to the kids then what they had to do. So we had a few blues solos and like that, and Richard was saying, sometimes you can just play one note above a chord, and it'll be fine. So we played C-jam blues, and Richard talked about the blues scale and which notes to choose, and so that was great.
What I like about Richard is that he didn't arrive the fully formed article, but by the time he finished it, he was fabulously good. And the thing that I remember most from the very bit that I do think was the same is that he always had a great sound, always had the best sound, a sound I'm jealous of sound. So,
as a student in London, as kind of like the rest of us, we were just having a ball. It was, we were living away from home for the first time. Although I had been living away at Jets for a few years before that, but obviously it's not the same. So we were 18-year-olds in London, and just with a sense of freedom, and so we would hang out and be drinking a lot and just getting up to no good, but working very hard as well at the same time, but definitely you kind of burn the candle at both ends when you're that age. But yeah, we had many kind of student hands. He would come around to my crappy apartments in North London, and yeah, it was typical student existence as I would imagine it.
He was really funny to live with, because, for example, like with food, he used to have these little food obsessions. So when he was living with Rich, I remember very clearly him getting into tinned mackerel. That was Rich's thing. This was really healthy for you. He used to say, it's full of omega and blah blah all this stuff. So he used to go into this not massive room, and Rich had been in there transcribing some whatever it was, Alan Holdsworth, all day, and just eating these cans of stinking tinned mackerel, and then just putting them in the bin in the room. So you'd walk into the room and it would just be
hadn't washed them and just put them straight into the bin, which is basically a bin for waste paper.
Yeah. Or he also got into raw onions. So he had a Russian girlfriend for a couple of years and got really into chopska salads. That was his thing, which was basically chopped raw onions, chopped cucumber, chopped tomatoes. Ate that a lot. Or he would say things like, Eddie man, garlic, it's really antiviral, man. You gotta have raw garlic. So he just eat raw garlic if he had a cold, So he had these little particular things about food that I remember.
I don't know, sincere, goofy, passionate, tiresome. Sometimes he would get fed up with himself, and he would always be exasperated about something. He was frustrated sometimes because of whatever but nothing, never seriously, but he would just have this expression sometimes. And yeah, fun as well. He was a hilarious guy to hang out with, and just to share those 4 years with in London, growing up as a student, just hilarious. Very community aware and community driven, and obviously that, like I said, that formed itself properly when he started the con. But he always had that element of personality in his character. Anyway, he was always very concerned with the wider community and how he could improve the situation in general. He was just that kind of person.
He didn't have a lot of stuff, did he?
Yeah.
And
he never had a lot of material possession.
When he was like moving house or moving rooms, it was like the clothes on his back and a cardboard box.
Yeah. Sony Hi-Fi box.
Yeah, so
the same box.
So he had his Sony Hi-Fi, which he used for transcribing, and then probably like a couple of T-shirts, underwear, a file which he kept his transcriptions in, maybe a couple of pans for the kitchen. Well, there wasn't much else, was there? And because we were talking about coats earlier, he always had that big
the Moscow coat.
Yeah, kind of fur coat. And I remember stories, Mum saying, so I was, felt really bad. I said to Richard, I wanted to take him to buy a new winter coat, and we went around all these shops and looked at all these new coats, and he wasn't happy with any of them.
Yeah,
and then
we
walked past a second-hand shop, and he found this second-hand coat, which I think looks really tatty, for like £40, and he's like, Mum, this is the coat that I want, and then that was his coat for, a very long time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Richard's playing struck me when I first playing that I would hear him do would be in the context of a class, but there was certainly a point where at the academy I'd got visiting international guests to come and do weeks of projects, which would also surround some kind of festival that the Fire Collective would put on, enable us to take the professionals, the international stars and the students out to play. So talking at one point with the members of Octurne, is a kind of Belgian-French contemporary group, after the first day of workshop, they were like, oh yeah, that trumpeter, could we get him sitting in with us? And I was like, yeah, I think he's the one. And we were just kind of discussing what it was, but he had kind of hearing music, which I don't know how many people recognise that was kind of unique. I mean, I know from his compositions what comes out is it shows what he's interested in. It shows that he had a way of structuring things which has some pretty detailed and yet very concise points of interest, and in his playing as well, his harmonic approach and his idea of what constituted a good melodic line was something which are quite developed, and they were like, yeah, he's got to be on stage. And we put on a festival, and the particular night in question was at the Spitz, which is a club at Spitalfields Market, which has gone now. And the first set was the project with all the academy students, and the second set was the band Octurne, which was only a trio. It's a kind of flexible band, it's only a trio on that occasion, and Richard sat in with that. Next morning, Guardian, 5-star review. That's like, I remember that, I've still got the review. And I thought, oh, I did quite well. Rather, Richard did quite well. And I think the head of jazz at the time was Gerard Presenza. He was quite happy, so he took the review, hopped along to the principal, was like, oh, check this out. Jazz department, so that was good. About Richard's composing, well, I think the first thing to appreciate is that he didn't put out a lot that I know about, but it was very concise, and I do appreciate people who write concise pieces, me not being one of them. That there would be a kind of design, a poetry, and the poetry was especially in rhythm. I mean, when I talked to Richard on tour and stuff, and we were hanging out, that he expressed that the way he heard bebop was of rhythm contained within melodic lines. So most of, I guess, the special feature of his writing, more than pretty much any of his contemporaries that I can think of, well, yeah, more than any of them, is that every melodic line wouldn't just be a statement of passing through the harmonic structure in a beautiful way. It would be creating some kind of rhythmic pattern of tension and release across the looped form that's commonly used in jazz. So that's quite a unique thing, that he heard things like that, and then he tried to put that in his composition. So the only tunes where I've really taken apart 2 minor, it's like, well, that's done very well, you know, without getting into the technical aspects of it. When I rip it apart, it's like it's like at a miniature, like a miniature of Ravel or something.
We would play, you know, some stuff he wrote, but it would just be like, he'd just write a melody. You say, okay, we're just going to play that, and obviously because at the time he'd be listening to a lot of Ornette or something like that, you know, so you just write a melody, and sometimes he'd just come up with one and write it down and go, right, we're doing this. His composition has changed a lot though after he finished at London and so forth. His writing became more kind of streamlined, and he knew exactly what he wanted out of. It seemed to me anyway, because I saw him write some of the round trip stuff, and he seemed to know exactly what he wanted out of that music, you know, and how he wanted people to play. And you could see that at Leeds as well to a certain degree. I mean, he'd ask a drummer to play in a certain way, or a certain groove, or a certain thing. But yeah, just generally, as time evolved, he got more concise, which I suppose everyone does, you know, because you kind of figure out what it is that you like and what it is that you want out of the music, you know.
At the Academy, when we put some of the music together, I mean, I did actually give a bit of a speech to start with about how important it was, the music, not just the personal connection. And I think that they'll come to realise, the students will come to realise that when they try and make something so kind of small but perfectly formed, like how difficult that is. It's kind of like, you know, I guess Richard Skill is kind of like writing haiku. Well, you know, it's got to be a certain shape, but you've got to do that in a particularly artistic way and an unforgettable way, which is not everyone can do that.
With him in composing, his attitude was really that musicians he chose to play with or collaborate with, he really knew their playing and explored their playing. So he always wrote for people very sensitively, incredibly sensitively. He's just such a very thoughtful, considerate person. So that comes into his whole conceptual approach. And I loved that album. I think it was really a great sort of opening gambit, if you like.
I think Round Trip eventually came about because Rich knew that me and you played a lot and liked to play with us two together. And liked to play with Tom Challenger. So I think then that's how Round Trip came about. And that must have been 2007.
But I remember we used to play up in your grand's.
Exactly. Well, that's how I met Rich, because I was practicing in my grand's house. She let me set my drums up in her house. And on the way there one day, I bumped into Rich, who I kind of, like Tom says, kind of aware who he was, didn't really know him, but he was on his bike and he had his trumpet, and he said, let's play. I said, great, we can play at my grand's house.
Awesome.
So, and I think maybe the first time I played with him, it was just us two. It was like trumpet and drums. And I've been playing with loads of people around there, just as you do, including Tom. And so then eventually at some point, I guess, Rich had the idea of putting us all together.
Playing with Rich as the two of us in Round Trip was actually it was really easy right from the outset. I think that we had very complementary sounds on our instruments. And I think that actually, it was always easy. All the kinds of things that are actually, they sound like very basic things, but actually it can be very hard to achieve, like just playing in tune, like phrasing together, just hearing melodies and hearing lines in the same way. I think we really had that right from the outset. It was a very kind of complementary sound, and there were a lot of times, like playing his tunes in his band, when, it really sounded, we were able to play together like one sound together, one voice, which is actually like, that's the sort of thing that musicians feel like they should be doing all the time, but it's actually really difficult to achieve that with anybody, and I think that we had very complementary sounds.
As long as I knew him, he liked playing without piano. He had previous bands with piano in, a Squeak or whoever, and we played some with Kit Downs on organ. But predominantly it was trio with bass, and we did some gigs with different bass players. Like I said, the first one we did was with Donkin, and then I remember Rich saying to me that he really liked the way that me and Tom played together, and he wanted to try and do something with that and with another horn. And I know that he really loved the way that Tom Challenger played, so yeah, Round Trip happened.
I think there are very few musicians who, when you hear something that they'd written or something that they played, you can immediately recognise that it's them. And I think that Rich was one of those people. And I think, nobody else would have written the tunes that he wrote. Nobody else would have played the trumpet the way that he played. And he was a very strong personality, huge kind of, as soon as you walked into a room, a really big presence, really funny, really kind of, strange sense of humour, really warm guy, but really kind of pretty out there kind of guy. And his tunes are exactly the same, they're really memorable, they're catchy, but they're also just completely, weird, and nobody else would have written anything like that. I think they're brilliant tunes, they're absolutely brilliant. And that's that's the hardest thing to get as a musician. It's one of the rarest things, to just absolutely sound like yourself all the time. And he's definitely one of those people, one of those rare people.
We played loads of gigs, and we were at the age and stage where we could play in the daytime all the time. We rehearsed, which is rare, isn't it? For a jazz group, really, nowadays. We would just play gig or no gig. We'd be playing, bringing new music, and then we were also tight socially, and again, we were living close to each other, hanging out all the time, listening to records together, so growing together, as musicians. So it was such an important time.
Yeah, well, about the Round Trip album, I wonder who put this the best. Probably Django Bates put this best, but it's like very rare for someone's first album to be completely formed, like to have all the concepts completely formed. You're usually trying to release at an age where, I like a bit of this and I like a bit of that, and everything kind of ends up in there before you've just developed the one thing which makes, well, not necessarily one thing, but the things which make you different to other people. But with Round Trip, it was like, well, he'd already made some heavy decisions, like no piano. That's quite an important decision. And then having him and Mike able to play in such a way with the kind of harmonic freedom and the correct type of support from Tom and Josh that would allow them to play as soloists in a certain way, which is not how you would play if there's a piano player there. So first the interaction between the two friends on their horns, and it's also the lack of any kind of imposition of harmony from the piano. It's not that there isn't harmony going on, but it's just much looser, and that's very interesting. I mean, people might try that at that age, but I wonder how many people actually get as far as they did. But both Mike and Richard, very, very advanced. Make that sound like a thing, and it really does. And I think it's great that they sustain it and sustain the interest in variety without channel through the whole album. So it's not like, oh, here's something in another style. It's one thing. And that's, Django said, it's incredibly impressive if you manage to do that, because very few people arrive with the first album completely, with the concepts completely formed. And that's the concept of writing and of playing, and that they're linked and, integrate.
I was really pleased when I heard that he had his album Round Trip, and got hold of it as soon as I could, and I was so impressed with his playing. And as an educator, you think, oh, is that the same guy I heard like 5 years ago? And it's just so great that some people, they go away and study and they retain the concentration, others kind of fall off, but he'd like really maintained it, obviously, and the motivation, and his playing was just terrific. It was just wonderful to hear it.
I think alto and trumpet on his tunes, it's quite a sort of bright sound, it's quite a sort of in-your-face kind of sound, and that's the kind of player that he was and the kinds of tunes that he wrote. So I think the two of us playing them together, actually, I think that worked really well, and it was one of those things that right from the outset, the first time we played together, it felt like a really good kind of combination.
What I remember about playing with Rich in Round Trip is that he would bring these kind of sketches of compositions. They were never like fully formed, super written out, long. They were always very sketches, very condensed ideas, and then we would workshop them together. That's what I remember.
Yes.
We would play a lot, round and round, just try different forms, different ways of improvising on it.
Yeah, that was a luxury of, afforded by how much we were playing together.
I also remember that Rich would name the compositions after quite a lot. So they would come to us without any title, and then it would get to the gig, and then he would announce a title, and it would be not what you would expect.
Yeah, he'd announce without telling you, so you'd just be cracking up at this name he came up with for this tune you've been playing for a couple of weeks. What? He did approach strangers at bus stops and end up selling them copies. Not having heard it, come up to me, I sold another couple on the way home last night, So, the special gift, real people person.
Yeah, it's an incredible, deep album, and it seems to me that Rich was basically on the verge of becoming pretty much famous.
I also really remember about Rich's playing is the level of intensity. You mentioned it before, but even I remember this one time where he broke his wrist or his arm or something.
Yeah.
But he still played all the gigs with the cast, and I just really remember just playing full tilt. It's on the cast.
Yeah, and he couldn't snap off the tune, so he would count in like this, like a pincer kind of thing.
Yeah, I do remember that.
He said, "Hey, I found this gig. This pub just down the road from me. I think we can do some gigs there, and I think I can create a night, for a lot of us."
So after Richard went to the academy, I didn't see him that often, but I was always really impressed with the way that he maintained contact, and he would tell me what he was doing, and it was just a great thrill to hear his recordings and see the reviews, and and read about. Also hear from other musicians, colleagues of mine, what he was up to and how well he was playing. And I guess one of the most wonderful things he did was opening up the club in North London, which he told me about it, and I said, what are you talking about? Because a club is something that somebody much older really opens up, and the fact that somebody of his age would think sufficiently of other people and far enough in the future to actually set up a jazz club was just marvellous. And obviously he got to play there himself, but the fact that he was doing it to promote other people and to provide another well-needed jazz venue in London, I thought that was just quite remarkable and very, very unusual.
Something that I've always loved about the con is just the immediacy of the music. You walk down these rickety old stairs, and if you don't manage to slip on the way down and doubt yourself, you're in this completely other world. And especially on a Friday night in that place, it might be all kinds of people hanging out and drinking upstairs and even a bit rowdy, and you go down under the surface and it's like this whole other thing exists there. We've got people really listening and enjoying, musicians playing with a freedom which I think is not always afforded to them because of the setting and the situation. I think that all those things combine into a very special feeling and a very special atmosphere, whether you're playing or listening. It's it's a real gem.
The con was a really in London, and it still is. You know, it's one of the grassroots venues that underpins the whole jazz scene. It's a place where people can go with new bands and try things out for the first time. It's a place where more established people can come back and play to a really intimate kind of audience in a small room, which sometimes can be the best kind of venue for a jazz gig. You know, you don't always want to be playing in a big place with that kind of music. And right from the beginning, I mean, he started the con as a sort of weekly jazz night, just playing with his mates and asking people to play, but he was so ambitious about what he wanted to do with that place. The kinds of musicians that he had playing at the con is, I mean, you wouldn't believe that somebody would have the kind of like, you know, just the cheek to like try and ask Mark Turner or, you know, any of the kinds of huge names that he got playing down there to play in this tiny room in a pub in Camden. I mean, the size of that room, it's absolutely minuscule, you know, but he was asking some of the biggest names in jazz to come and play down there, and he was getting them to play, you know, just by sheer force of will and kind of his charisma or whatever it was that he managed to use to persuade them to play. I mean, he just turned what should have just been a sort of little jazz night that ran for a little bit, because, you know, these nights pop up, people run a night for a year or two, then it kind of stops, something else comes up somewhere else and it plays, but that's become, I mean, that's been running now for, must be nearly 10 years, and it's still one of the kind of most important grassroots nights in the jazz scene. It's still going strong, you know. I think you can't, I mean, I can't see how he could have possibly made it what it became now.
It's hugely important to acknowledge, particularly in light of her very sad passing earlier this year, just how pivotal and essential to this whole thing Wendy Clare was, as landlady of the con and as a friend to young musicians and someone with a particular affection and, you know, support of Richard and all of his activities. It simply wouldn't have been possible without her, and she probably never really realised just how much she gave to a certain young musical community in London at a certain period of time, but I don't think any of it would have happened without her, and yeah, she was one in a million.
The con had an amazing room, basically, and it had a nice, warm acoustic, but it was also incredibly intimate. So you could only get so many people in there, but that didn't matter because the core audience would always fill that place up. And I mean, I remember watching a gig in the con and not being in the room because I couldn't get in the room. I think I was sat on the stairs. So I couldn't see any of the gig, but I could hear the gig, you know, which was, you know, you're still part of it. You still felt connected to it, and yeah, it was a bit of a find to find a room like that, and also to find people like the staff who were quite, you know, friendly and helpful with everything that he did, really. So yeah, it was a bit of a find to find that venue, and then it was great in the breaks where everyone would burst out into the outside bit that was near a canal, I think, which was great. You know, it was very rich. It was very rich.
Partly what made the con successful is you kind of didn't expect it. You know, I remember Rich telling me about it, and it just wasn't like I expected it at all. I remember just walking down the street in Camden, turning over this pub, and it just been a basement bar in a pub, a tiny room, you know. And I remember seeing Fly Trio playing there, you know, and it was insane, you know, just watching this incredible band, really intense music in this tiny room, which is totally packed.
Less than a month before the second Confest happened in 2010, we were kind of throwing ideas around, or like thinking of ways, you know, to help promote it, or what he might be able to do to put the word out there. And someone said, or he thought about it, just go around and film loads of people with the flyer, and, you know, saying, Confest, you got to come down. And we were like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. And he started doing it in the bar that night after the gig, and we were like, you know, whatever. And then the next day around 5 p.m, this fully edited thing goes up on YouTube with like tons of different people all holding this thing up, and he got Gerard in there and young musicians and people in music stores, and he'd just obviously been on this mad day out getting whoever he could to hold up a Confest flyer and sort of spread the word and preach. And it's really, that's just another one of those things that comes to mind. It's like, man, he was unstoppable.
Confest 2000 Jazz Festival in Camden.
Yay!
Woo!
People of London, come to Confest, 23rd and 25th of April. It's going to be brilliant music, brilliant beer. Make sure you're there.
Confest 2010, come down.
Hey guys, come to the Confest. You know it's the right thing to do.
Confest 2010, come down. It's going to be killing.
It's going.
There are countless bands that formed in that room almost, and certainly quite a great many of the projects that I've been involved with had their first life at the con, and people felt supported and, you know, encouraged to try new things and get their music out there.
It wasn't about him getting he didn't want any credit for any of it, did it? He just wanted to, he loved that music, and he just wanted to play good music and to get everyone else to listen to and enjoy and appreciate what he enjoyed. And I think he did have a talent at that, didn't he? He really did.
You know, how many people are going to turn down gigs for themselves to give them to other people? You know. So not only was he this amazing instigator, made things happen, but he had that generosity of spirit. And the combination was just, you know, great. So special.
Yeah, little things come back to you. And I think I actually caught this on a video or something for some reason. Like the last ever Monday night at the con, double bill, big knees up celebration, and, you know, sad to be saying goodbye to this thing as it happened. It wouldn't be for that long, but Steve, the barman, coming down at the end of the night when we were tidying up and stuff, and saying to Rich, everything go all right down here? And he was like, yeah, some girl's hair caught fire, but I put it out. It's like always watching out for stuff, and it was actually so full that night that people were standing with their backs on this fireplace, and then there were candles there, and he was in by the door. It just starts like batting away at this girl's hair. She was fine, but yeah, little things like that poking out, and he's, you know, oh, some girl's hair caught fire, but I put it out, as he's like deadlifting a church pew and taking it into the back room. It's like he was on top there, definitely.
And I remember saying to him, you need another hobby, Richard. You need to be able to get away from the music just for short periods of time, otherwise you get totally obsessed, and you need something else in your life. Whether that made a difference, I don't know, but I think, like you say, moving to South London, which apparently had lots and lots of opportunities for swimming, lots of Lidos and swimming clubs, and then And then I suddenly noticed every time he rang home, he was talking about the people at the swimming club. He was absolutely so excited about the people he'd met at Brockwell Lido and the training he was doing. And Swim Mike, the coach at Brockwell. So, it was important to him in those last... How long?
But he was...
last few months.
Yeah, it was just as intense, though, wasn't he, about his swimming technique?
Yeah.
As he was about the trumpet.
Yeah, because didn't he get you to video him?
Yeah, he'd make me film him. He'd watch the videos and goes, oh, that's rubbish. Look at my hand entry, that's awful. While he's swimming like so much faster than I could ever dream of swimming.
Yeah, he wanted to do it as well as he possibly could, didn't he? But he made some good friends in a quite short space of time at that pool. And he entered the Great North Swim in the June. Died in August. In the previous June, he'd entered the Great North Swim. How long was the Great North Swim? Is it a mile?
1 mile. Yeah.
1 mile around Lake Windermere, and it was fabulous because we spent the weekend with him. We took him to stay in our favourite B&B in the lakes, and he did the Great North Swim and did really well. He actually won his wave, came in fastest in the wave that he'd entered, and he was absolutely thrilled to bits. So that's a very precious memory, because that was actually the last weekend that I spent with Richard. That weekend in Lake Windermere. Yeah, it was great.
The week that he died, we were swimming in the south coast.
Oh yeah, of course you were.
Dorset.
That was your special last memory, isn't it?
So he was still getting me to film him swimming then.
Was he?
Yeah. Swimming in Lulworth Cove.
Gosh.
Still obsessed with his technique.
I saw him actually the day that he died. He helped, as did you, move into my house in Forest Hill. And I just remember Rich turned up. My last memory of him is he cycled over, and he had these fantastic, remember his Lycra cycling shorts? Yeah. And he turned up, and he was lifting bookcases, taking bookcases in. He was full of life and full of beans, and and I remember that night saying, "Oh, guys, come and I've got to cook you dinner to say thanks very much for doing all this stuff." And Rich was like, "Oh, sorry, I can't make it tonight. I've got my swimming club at Brockwell Lido, but I'll be in, we'll be in touch. We'll see each other soon." And he was so full of life, and he was just bursting to the brim of kind of potential and talent and life and love, and everything was ahead of him. And the next morning, I remember waking up, and I got a phone call. It was probably about 10 o'clock, something like that, and the phone kind of rang, and it said Horsey. That's what I had Rich under. He was Horsey, and I picked him up, and I was like, "Rich, what's up, man? How you doing?" And it was his brother Andrew, and I was like, "All right, Drew, what's happening?" And then he said, "Yeah, Rich, something's happened to Rich."
And then it was training at the pool when it happened.
It was training at the pool when it actually happened. Yeah, because I remember.
And he cycled to the pool beforehand. Cycled
that's right, because his bike was chained up, wasn't it, outside the pool. He's been swimming since he was a baby. I said he definitely didn't drown. It must have been something quite catastrophic, and we have to find out what it was. And I remember being so really uptight. You have to find out what it was, because he was fit. Because he was in water doesn't necessarily mean he drowned. And I knew that it was something massively catastrophic, which of course it was. Subsequent, yeah.
All we knew is that he went swimming for his usual session at 7 o'clock in the Lido. I got to the house after he'd already gone, and I remember Sam did say to me, "Yeah, it's funny that Rich hasn't come back. We just kind of presumed that he'd made because he left his trumpet out in the living room, which he never usually did. He usually took it back up to his room. And he we just presumed that he was meeting a friend or something. He'd stayed over at someone's, and then we woke up, and shortly after I woke up, that's when you called.
His death was reported in like the tabloid press because he'd been doing a lot of work with Friendly Fires. His death actually got quite a lot of publicity. People were sending me snippets, Daily Mail, and
it died of a number of things.
It died of a number of things, yeah.
Yeah.
Some articles said that he'd had fit in the pool. Most people said he'd had a cardiac arrest or heart attack, which is totally untrue. His actual heart, he died of a ruptured aneurysm. Aortic dissection is the proper word for it. Basically, the aorta that comes out of the heart is like if you liken it to a sausage balloon, it had dilated and dilated and dilated until it split. So the cardiologists assured me he died instantly because the blood would have flooded his heart and stopped it working almost, within a second.
And we all ended up that evening at the Concellar Bar, which was just like the most fitting place for the whole thing to sort of...
Yeah, so basically the night was cancelled, wasn't it? But we just went there to remember Rich.
You remember the day after we went to Brockwell Lido because we had to.
You've never been there before.
I'd never been there before, and I just had to go and find out, where it was and exactly what had happened. And the staff there were wonderful. They talked us through the whole scenario, didn't they? Said exactly what had happened, who'd tried to help him and everything.
Well, that video I took only about 4 days before was in the same lane, I believe, that he died in.
Yeah.
It was a bit weird for me going back there.
I bet that was really weird for you going back there. I mean, I'd never been, and it made me realise, gosh, I can see now why he was so excited about being part of this. And I can see why he loved Brockwell Lido so much.
We didn't even go down into the con. Well, everyone couldn't even fit down there because we were we were upstairs. We were in the cellar bar. We're at the top. The pub was just filled with people from the academy, people from the jazz scene, and what an immensely sad thing.
And then the funeral service. I will never forget turning up at the church and the vicar saying to me, just come with me, Chris, and just look through the door and see how many people are here today for you and Richard. And the church was bursting at the seams. It's a big church, it must hold 400 people. And every pew was full, and they were putting extra chairs out at the back of the church, and still people were standing. And I just couldn't believe it. I think I might have had a brief moment where I thought, we won't have enough food.
No, there wasn't. I didn't get any.
Yeah, but it was amazing. People had come from all parts of the country, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. For Rich.
I remember also that being so knocked back by the fact that so many people who I spoke to said, although they referred to Rich as like, the best. Rich was one of my best mates, or Rich meant so much to me. Even things like, for example, Wendy, she was the person who ran the Concellar Bar and sort of gave him that opportunity. She was so profoundly moved by his passing, and it takes such an unusually extraordinary person to be that affecting to so many people. Literally everybody who came into contact with Rich was just kind of struck by him in some way, shape or form, from the kind of profound and meaningful in terms of friendships or relationships or musical relationships or acquaintances or whatever it was. He just kind of moved people. There's not many people who do that. He was really unique in that sense, really kind of extraordinary man. Yeah.
I think everyone knew that they could just be themselves around Rich because that's exactly what he did. Therefore, no one was being judged because everyone was just being themselves, and it's completely natural.
One thing about Richard was he was so generous and always wanted to share things with everyone else, and that's what I found about him as well. He's a very open person and just wanted to find out as much about playing as possible, but also was very generous and helped people as much as he could.
And obviously he very much found his mission and his calling when he founded the Con and decided to stick around in London and like just give so selflessly to the London scene. That was obviously what he was, put on this earth to do, and just to be, an influential person in London.
He made stuff happen, like with the Con, Round Trip, in his life. He was that kind of person. He didn't wait for for it to come to him. He made it happen, and he did that with the album. He did that with gigs, his own gigs. Putting on gigs for other people.
The legacy of Richard's music is, well, I mean, there are two reasons for there being a legacy. One is that everyone wants to remember their friend. So playing their music that's what we have left, really, because no one expected his departure, so no one was prepared for that. Saving up experiences and committing to memory every moment. But on the other hand, he left something which had only just started. He left a flower which had only just started growing.
Yeah, Rich was always a very driven and creative guy. Yeah, he was always writing music, being in a band, playing music, or organising gigs. It's very or transcribing something. So it kind of wouldn't have mattered what kind of situation Rich was in. Really, I mean, he was always going to be good. Because that was in him to do that, and that's what he did, basically.
I mean, he definitely had such a unique style, I think, looking back now, I really appreciate how unique it was, and I think at the time, I thought he was an absolutely incredible player, all the time, but, I just kind of, when I first heard Rich, I was just like, wow, this guy's just playing a lot of really weird stuff, and had a very unusual voice. But I think looking back now, I appreciate that actually it was a really quite individual thing that he was doing, and something quite sophisticated and more than just kind of quirky, actually something really quite unique and special.
His freedom, the freedom that he had on the horn, really was always something that comes to me, which I hear other players do, but I mean, really, this is quite a profound thing to say, really, but there's only guys like Ambrose Akinmusire, who I know Xenia's played with quite a bit, who has the same thing that Rich has, which is a freedom to explore and be avant-garde at any point. So he doesn't have to adhere to the changes, he can just go down that road because he wants to go down that road,
And I always remember he used to say to me, when he was sort of doubting himself and showing that lack of confidence, and I sort of said, look what all these people have said, about you, they've said how talented you are, and he always used to say, yeah, but everyone says I'm good for my age. I don't want to be good for my age. I just want to be a really good musician. And I don't think he ever fully knew how brilliant a musician he was.
I think the thing that I come back to perhaps more often than anything else is just how much of the work he did was for everyone. If you believe in strengthening a scene, the stronger a scene is, obviously, as a musician, that benefits everybody. But the bulk of that work really is from such a strong belief in, creating opportunities and making things better for everyone. It's an incredibly selfless task and a thing to develop.
Rich was Rich. He was always himself. He wasn't going to change anything. He wasn't going to change anything about himself for anybody. And he's getting off his bike and he's walking towards us with his socks pulled up to his knees almost. He's got his 14 size feet, his trumpet on his back, and his hair's everywhere. And he's got this sort of funny sort of smirk, yeah, that's right, guys, I'm here, and so are you.
Yeah.